on a chicken. Is it Mon?
No, that's my
Vikram.
baby. Bouchraji. Bouchra.
Yeah, so she's
No,
definitely
Bouchra.
blessing me with absolutely.
Oh, you guys also believe in cool babies?
We believe in all Devis, JR. We have we have no hesitation to any of the Devi Devtas. Only dumb people who don't know what a Devi Devta is will argue and fight over.
I'm just seeing in the Google link, it looks like she is the protector of the Hijras, according to Google.
Well, then we have to be open to Karga.
Don't make fun of. That's powerful. She's very powerful, man. I'm just being honest, okay? After all.
I respect that. She looks pretty awesome, but symbolizes innocence, and the transgender community of India worships her.
Yeah, they used to be, they were not allowed to be prostitutes, which is why they were deified. But unfortunately, today's, what do you call it, Hijras are into prostitution and things. So they're not really sacred. And
Very interesting.
Natarama, I sent a message to you. Please take a look when you get a chance.
I say as Hindus, we just need to simplify the whole process. There should be clear direction on what.
No, you can't.
Can
Why would we do that? Why would we dumb
because
down
it's
our
very
system?
confusing for people like me,
Good,
man. Like,
you're not a doctor. You're not an authority.
Yeah, I
Why
think we
the
should
hell would we?
decentralize. You should decentralize and not have this rigid hierarchy. You know, I don't like this. The illustration plates from your guys' movement is it's like if you touch chicken, you'll devolve into an animal and go to hell, become a beast, then go down to Narcos and further. You know, it's just like it's a pure.
This thing called the Ayurvedic view, right? And so we don't need to reinvent the wheel, Jaya. We have an Ayurvedic view on meat. It's one Google search away, and you'll find out that it's pretty well laid out. Yeah.
yeah, I'm just going to consider food as medicine and I'm going to start eating fish.
Do it, and if one second, Olga, and I've told you this once in the past. Since you're a Brahmin and your family takes it very seriously, there are upays that you can do in order to compensate for you engaging in tamasic behavior. That is why they exist. Go consult the Jyotisha people. Go consult the people who will tell you what to do, and that's it. You move on. Once you gain from what you want, then you stop it and you end your vrata and you move on. Why are you making this into like an existential fucking crisis?
I'm not. I'm just trying to figure things out. And look, this is going to lay a foundation for. If I get married, it's going to lay a foundation for my kids too. So
You're almost 50. You're not getting.
Yeah. I'm 70. I'm 70 years old, man. Sure.
We just
So,
You don't have fertility anymore.
Let's talk about something else. You guys been talking about it for the past 3 hours.
Well,
yeah, all these nutcases here, man. Let's flirt with Ola over here. What's
Don't flirt with me, but I was
Oli,
saying,
Oli.
Vikram, you know your mustache, you can make a wig out of it. That's how much hair you have on your mustache.
Yeah, you just killed the vibe of this room, Olga. What is this? Like?
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome.
You're like a super naka
You
of
guys been fighting
Olga,
over religion for the
your
past 3 hours. Like,
Olga,
you're
Olga,
welcome.
your PTR shows a yellow versus white contrast. Are you trying to say that you're evolving out of your blackness?
Excuse me.
You're real Rakshasa.
You guys are just jealous that I'm Brahmin. I'm Brahmin Muslim, and you're mad. You're mad that you will never be a
There's no
Muslim.
such thing as Brahmin Muslim.
You're not.
Yes, there
You're
is.
not
I
pretty.
told you there is.
You're ugly. I saw your picture, and that's something I would not even.
Wait, take a picture of your belly
From a mile
right now.
away.
Let's compare stomachs right now. Take a picture of it and let's see.
You're like a whale.
Come on,
Like
let's go.
what
JR.
the fuck?
whale.
JR, you were
Let's
just
compare.
JR. You
I
just
saw
been
you.
challenged.
You're
compare,
like a
let's
whale.
compare.
Yeah,
Take
you've just
a
been
picture of
challenged.
your
Take a
stomach.
picture of belly with no face. Let's
Right,
go.
I'm telling you, take a picture.
Let's
Don't
do
even
it.
post your face. Let's see how fat that is. Let me see how many rolls you have.
Typical people. Nothing wrong with the peep. We can't identify you using it.
I
That's
did.
a
I
great
did
challenge.
over 300 sit-ups. How many did you do like a day ago?
Alright, within a day you're not gonna lose weight just because you decided to exercise one day.
I've been exercising for the last 20 years, Olga.
Right.
You know that
Actually,
chicken was domesticated in India? Did you know that?
Oh my god, you had to know the bias. You had to break
Yeah, I
my
just want to make
heart.
sure, I
Here we
want
go.
you to understand the history. Based on genetics, we know that the chicken is domesticated
go
in
again.
India.
Another 3 hours of going back and forth.
are you saying I was chicken stomach here, or what?
No, I'm just teaching you that when we domesticate animals, you don't domesticate chickens for, milk.
Chickens don't have milk. Who said that?
You either get your eggs or you eat them.
Who said chickens have milk?
JR.
JR, excuse me?
I want to know what the Saptarishis are doing. Are they eating meat right now, or are they not? That would be very. What?
Check this out. Ayurveda has classified all edible things on the earth in the most elaborate way. A huge classification of birds, reptiles, wild, domestic, and aquatic animals. Uh, the rule in Ayurveda, a little bit of, too much of anything is considered as poison. This rule stands for meat as well. In the ancient text of Ayurveda, each animal product is defined by quality and meat is recommended, and certain therapeutic methods. For many ailments, Charak Samhita and Shruti Samhita has mentioned each and every minute property of these animals and their meat, right from fish to peacock, right? So yes, Ayurvedic principles are applied, and various meats, if required, can be used to restore health according to their properties and benefits. It should be consumed in moderation, blah blah blah. Like, it's pretty detailed, man, if you look for it.
Yeah, thank you, Vikram. I mean, that sounds really good.
Vikram, you're talking to someone that believes chickens produce milk.
Yeah,
Is there a chicken milk? Do they have chicken milk?
Yeah, that's what you believe.
Yeah, okay, Olga. Olga, how is your love life?
Yeah, butter chicken for sure. But
Don't worry about my love life.
it's not on the menu.
Paul, your dog looks like carpet. So cute though.
Disgusting color, man. That looks like a Tumby dog too.
Why do you not get a
Ew.
Chihuahua? Chihuahuas are so cute.
Like, at least get a nice looking dog. Evtol's dog looks like him.
Okay, don't bully the fucking animal. Excuse me. Be nice.
It's okay, he's jealous.
Jealousy doesn't have a pet.
Yeah, JR, did you hear what Vikram
This is an
said?
interesting topic. Yeah, I got him. Looks like goat meat, apparently, according to this article, is your
And
preferred.
cow meat.
I don't know about that.
There is in the Brahmanas, it's there.
Yeah, it does mention it here, but it doesn't.
But the difference is, the problem with Brahmanas interpreting them is that cow is also speech. So carving out cow and sacrificing the cow is akin to grammarians carving out speech in order to create language. So there is a large tradition of interpretation that prevents you from interpreting it in the with the Ahimsa model, which is the violence one. So technically you can have both, and I highly doubt that one was not practiced, meaning both were practiced by some groups at some time. But the general consensus in the commentary tradition is that you do ahimsa to the cow. You don't hurt her. Which is
He's always here. He's looking for some kind of company, and
why does he? We can give him attention. What does he want?
he's like a little girl, man. And he started chanting like all these mantras. All the pronunciations are all over the place. And, like, hey, you're a smart guy, but you're very annoying.
He is not smart. He doesn't.
How do you know?
He's Evtol's bitch. Evtol's boyfriend. Yeah, Evtol collects all these samples, man. Like, all these kind of people. Just follow Evtol around. Look at Magikista. Where's Cardano? Like, then we used to have like the other guy, Jay here. They're all Evtols.
Olga, why was Cardona with your?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So can you unblock him?
I don't have him blocked. I unblocked him.
So why can you not see the room?
I don't know. Wait, let me check. Maybe I did block him again.
Yeah,
Let me
can you
check.
unblock him?
Nope, he's unblocked. I don't have him blocked. No,
I feel bad for him, guys. He's not gonna stay in the room.
I
Oh,
don't.
that guy just keeps talking about Marcusa.
JR, did you block him?
Marcusa. The fucking Marcusa.
I think JR.
Why would I block that guy? I think he was blocked. Not to get that blocked, and they had a really big fight like 2 days ago.
Chicago police need
Yeah,
your
it
help
was the
finding the
really
driver
Wait,
of
what happened?
this
No,
car
not
that
to
they
do
say was
that.
involved in a fatal hit and run.
It's
Police say on August
not
10th.
us, it's one of you guys.
Nachiketa is just a recorder. He records little stuff. He's F-Call's bitch. Like, F-Call said, oh, go record, and they've been trying to profile me forever. Like,
Record?
every time I say something about myself, F-Call, it's either a mental note or he puts it in his diary. He puts it in his, not as a thing. Because they write it down.
I don't have to know that.
Do you know who I am?
Yeah, this is, these are
I give up. Who are you? The Antichrist. You got me in a vendetta kind of mood. You tell the angels in heaven you never seen evil so singularly personified as you did in the face of the man who killed you. My name is Vincent Kirkcaldy. I work as consul for Mr. Blue Boyle, the man your son stole from. I hear you were once a cop, so I can assume you've heard of us before. Am I correct? I've heard of Blue Boyle. Glad. Hopefully, that will clear up the handful of shit on my question you've been asking yourself. We're gonna have a little Q&A. And at the risk of sounding redundant, please make your answers genuine. You want Chesterfield? No. I have a son, my own, about your boy's age. I can imagine how painful this must be for you. But Clarence and that bitch-hole girlfriend of his brought this all on themselves. I implore you not to go down that road with them. You can always take comfort in the fact you never had a choice. Look, I'd like to help you if I could, but I haven't seen Clarence. You see that? It smarts, doesn't it? It slammed in the nose. Fucks you all up. Get that pain shooting through your brain, your eyes fill up with water. That ain't any kind of fun. But what I have to offer you, that's as good as it's gonna get. And it won't ever get that good again. We talked to your neighbors. They saw a Cadillac. Purple Cadillac. Clarence's purple Cadillac. Parked in front of your trailer yesterday. Mr. Wally. You seen your son? I seen him. I can't be sure of how much of what he told you, so in the chance you're in the dark about some of this, let me shed some light. That whore your boy hangs around with, a pimp, is an associate of mine. I mean, just pimping and other affairs. He works for me in a courier capacity, well, apparently. The dirty little whore found out when we do some business. Because your son, the cowboy, Miss Flame, came in the room blazing and didn't stop till they were pretty sure everybody was dead. What are you talking about? Talking about a massacre. They snatched my narcotics. Hightailed it out of there. Would have got away with it, but your son, fuckhead that he is, left his driver's license in a dead guy's hand. You know, I don't believe you. That's of minor importance. What is of major fucking importance is that I believe you. Where'd they go? On their honeymoon. I'm getting angry, asking the same question a second time. Where did they go? They didn't tell me. Now you just wait a minute and listen to me. I haven't seen Clarence in 3 years. He shows up yesterday with a young girl, saying that he got married. He asked for some quick cash to go on a honeymoon. He asked me if he could borrow $500. I felt like helping him, so I wrote him out a check.
Wow. Wow.
We went to breakfast in the morning, and that's the last I saw of him. So help me God. He never thought to tell me where they were going, and I never thought to ask.
That was the worst news I've ever
Don Vincenzo, non c'è niente. Questa non è buona.
Purujit kunti bojascha, daibhyascha narapungavaha.
It's a no for me, for the voice.
Anup,
You understand what I just said? Or no?
No, I don't understand. But I'm saying like the tone, like the singing of it, it's like you don't have the voice for it. But no, I don't know what you're saying. It's a no for me.
Oh, you do better? Can you do better?
Huh?
Can you do better?
Yeah, like I would have appreciated if you had like some high notes, you know.
No, can you do better? That's the question.
If I knew the words, yeah, I'm a good singer, you know. If I
Okay,
knew
then read the
words-
Bhagavad Gita. We're reading the text.
I don't know what Gita is.
Or sing the, go ahead and sing your stuff, sing the Quran.
Ya Nisha
Singing in the
Sarvabhutana.
Quran. Matter of fact, we cannot sing. We are not allowed to sing. Sing is considered cut off.
Ya Nisha Sarvabhutanam Tasyam Jagriti Sanyami. Yasyam Jagriti Bhutani Sa Nisha Pashyato.
Which verse is that?
This is the one that says in the dead of the night, when everyone is asleep, that is when the Sanyami is awake and what appears to be the waking world
Sicilians.
looks like night to the Muni.
Okay.
That voice belongs to the reading of the English. But yeah, go ahead.
All right, Oldegger, this one's for you.
A great liars. Best. I'm Sicilian. My father was the world heavyweight champion of Sicilian liars. From growing up with him, I learned the pantomime. There are 17 different things a guy can do when he lies to give himself away. Guy's got 17 pantomimes. Woman's got 20. Guy's got 17. But if you know them, like you know your own face, they'd be lie detectors all to hell. Now, what we got here is a little game of show and tell. You don't want to show me nothing, but you tell me everything. I know you know where they are, so tell me. Before I do some damage you won't walk away from. Because I have one of those Chesterfields now. That's right. You got a match? No, wait, no, don't bother. I got it. You're Sicilian, huh? Sicilian. You know, I read a lot, especially about things, about history. I find that shit fascinating. Here's a fact, I don't know whether you know or not. Sicilians were spawned by niggers.
Now I want to hear excellent
Two
messages
scientists.
that speak in Indian.
I hate to interrupt, but is
You
anybody
struggle,
gonna?
You struggle to speak in
Yeah,
Indian.
JR, give us some flowing Sanskrit. Let's go.
I did it right. I mean, I think I just said it.
Yatra yogeshwaro.
Infinity is episode we just selected. You see that?
No, it's a fact. Yeah. You see, Sicilians have black blood pumping through their hearts. And no, if you don't believe me, you can look it up. Hundreds and hundreds of years ago, you see, the Moors conquered Sicily. And the Moors are niggers. See, way back then, Sicilians were like wops from northern Italy. They all had blonde hair and blue eyes. But, well, then the Moors moved in there and, well, they changed the whole country. They did so much fucking with Sicilian women, that they changed the whole bloodline forever. That's why blonde hair and blue eyes became black hair and dark skin. You know, it's absolutely amazing to me to think that to this day, hundreds of years later, that Sicilians still carry that nigger gene. Now this, I'm quoting history. It's written. It's a fact. It's written. I love this guy. Your ancestors are niggers. Hey. Yeah. And your great grandmother fucked a nigger. Oh, yeah. And she had a half nigger kid. Now, if that's a fact, tell me, am I lying? 'Cause you're part eggplant. Hey. You're a cantaloupe. Committee in the son's apartment. Come back with something that tells me where that asshole went. Sounds like I can wipe this egg off my face.
Che succede? I turisti che tutti i siciliani sono vivi e dove c'è di fumare?
Fix this fucked up family for good.
Get ready to be happy.
The praise itself is a request, and the praise itself is the answer. When it comes out of the God.
Yeah, why do you not sound like that?
That sounds like fucking whitewash stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Quentin Tarantino, who is really great. He's a real cool new kid on the block. The writer and director of Reservoir Dogs, which you know about because he went to Cannes, I think. Yeah, he's just got...
Phil, please tell me, why don't...
The Ekadatu Muna. I don't know the.
Thank you for saying my name. That's my
ekdatu munayaha.
Wait, is Srimad Bhagavatam or what is it?
Yeah, Srimad Bhagavatam. Prataruta hutagnayah satkritam sutam ashinam patrachur idam adarat. Alright, so the translation of this verse. One day after finishing the morning duties by burning a sacrificial fire and offering the seed of the Srila Sutta Goswami, the great sages made inquiries with great respect about the following matters.
Should I come back? I feel like I'm interrupting something. Like, are you guys actually going to do this prayer thing? Should I come back?
You can say it.
I have so many questions, and I feel like I'm interrupting so many.
Okay, so I'll read the purport then. Morning is the best time to hold spiritual services. The great sages offered the speaker of the Bhagavatam an elevated seat of respect called Vyasasan, or the seat of Sri Vyasadeva. Sri Vyasadeva is the original spiritual preceptor for all men, and all other preceptors are considered to be his representatives. A representative is one who can exactly present the viewpoint of Sri Vyasadeva. Sri Vyasadeva impregnated the message of Bhagavatam unto Srila Sukadeva Goswami, and Sri Sutadeva Goswami heard it from him. All bona fide representatives of Vyasadeva in the chain of this fixed succession are to be understood to be Goswamis. These Goswamis retain all their senses, and they stick to the path made by the previous acharyas. The Goswamis do not deliver lectures on the Bhagavatam capriciously. Rather, they execute their services most carefully, following their predecessors who delivered the spiritual message unbroken to them. So those who listen to the Bhagavatam may put questions to the speaker in order to elicit the clear meaning, but this should not be done in a challenging spirit. One must submit questions with a great regard for the speaker and subject matter. This is also the way recommended in the Bhagavad Gita. One must learn the transcendental subject matter by submissive oral reception from the right sources. Therefore, these sages address the speaker, Sutta Goswami, with great respect. So that again comes back to what Infinity was saying, was this regard for Shabda Brahman. So submissive oral reception of the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam is important to learn it.
My favorite hymn is the Shiva Manasa Puja. Ratne Kalpita Masanam Imajale Snanam Chadivyambaram Nana Ratna Vibhushitam Mrigamada Odam Kitam Chandanam Jati Champaka Bilva Patra Rachitam Pushpam Chadupam Tatha Deepam Deva Daya Nide Pashupate Prit Kalpitam Grihyatam.
What
English accent is not it.
What verse is it? Srimad Bhagavatam or
Bhagavad Gita? This is the Shiva Manasa Puja.
Can we interview this person? How you say their name? Adrian? Why are they quiet?
I need to go through all the cantos. I'm going to go through all the cantos. But there are 23 verses in canto 1. It will literally not take me that long. Which one is your favorite one, Narottama and Srimad Bhagavatam? Which verse?
I'm going to do this one really quickly. Yat karoshi yadasnashi yat dasya yat tapasyati kauteya dat kurushva madarpanam. So that's 927. O son of Kunti, all that you do, all that you eat, and all that you offer and give away, as well as all austerities that you may perform, should be done as an offering unto me. That's Krishna's speaking. So, yeah, what was your question again, Jared? Where are you reading from?
I'm just doing Srimad Bhagavatam right now. So, I was just going to ask you, which one is your favorite verse?
Oh, sure. I don't have a favorite verse from the Bhagavatam. I have, like, stories that I like from there.
How about the birth of Emperor Parikshit? Wow.
Okay.
That sounds really good. Canto 12. That would be a good story.
That's Canto 12? No, that's Chapter 12, right?
You should actually you should record yourself telling the stories.
Canto.
Just be a good idea. Story. They used to do that. Well, that's one good thing of Hare Krishna. They had good media. They had different Mahabharata, Ramayana, some in English, this and that. So that's a good story.
You know what my favorite verse of the Gita is? It's the following. Ami chatvam dhritarashtrasya putraha sarve sahaivan nipala sanghaihi bhishmo drona suta putras tathasau sahasmadirye api yodamukyai vastrani te tvaramana vishanti damshtra karalani भयानकानि केचिद् विदग्ना दशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्तनित्यैर् उत्तमाङ्गैः. The sons of Dhritarashtra and their allies, Bhishma, Drona, Karna, along with the warrior chiefs, are all rushing into your dreadful mouths of terrible teeth. Some can be seen with their heads caught and crushed by your teeth. What do you think about that imagery, Jay?
Oh, yeah, very, very scary. I can literally put this into Mid-Journey and create a nice little image. That would be something. Right? It's a good idea, right? And so,
Yatha pradiptam jwalanam patanga vishanti nashaya samriddha tathaiva nashaya vishanti lokas tvavapi vatrani samriddha vegaha. As moths are impelled to their death in a blazing fire, similarly all the worlds are helplessly rushing to certain death, entering into your mouth.
So vote Kamala? Is that what that means? Is vote Kamala?
A temple.
Is there a Kamala mantra?
Adrian, can you just
Because
go on mute?
like the Tutsi flower.
Like a devil is coming from some pathology. Seriously. He's just present.
Coming from J.R. Lowe.
No,
I'm glad that I made everybody pray. So welcome everyone.
It's okay, Olga. We do this.
Was all of my questions?
We do this all the.
No, you don't.
We don't need to. We don't need to ask.
It's because of me. My questions has opened the door for you guys to host a prayer room. You're welcome.
We're just trying to pray the demons out of Kamala right now.
You think she has demons inside of her?
Oh yeah, she's had more than demons inside.
I don't think she's Indian, to be honest. I think, you know, having an Indian parent.
No, she's
that
very
has
Indian. She has the look. No, she has that look.
Okay, what does a look have to do with anything?
No, like she's smart. And she knows it all.
Kamala looks Somalian for some reason.
Excuse me, Mr. Large Mustache. Excuse me. You're trying to claim every Indian is smart?
And
But
knows
I'm
it all.
saying.
Alright, talking about smart.
We try and pretend, at least to that effect.
Talking about smart. Jara Omarana Mokshaya.
Powerful. It's not only emotions that are powerful in human life. Psychoanalysis has, of course, examined the emotional bases of human opinions and beliefs, but one should also examine the intellectual bases of psychological principles, or theories, or therapies, because everybody who speaks a language at all has underneath the surface of the language or the figuring that he uses certain basic assumptions which are usually are extremely powerful in their influence over our lives. We'll begin with one very common idea that's built into our common sense, which is that the world, the physical world, consists of two aspects, respectively form, and matter. This was foisted on us by Aristotle, and also by the Bible, because it is said that God created man out of the dust of the earth, and as it were made a figurine in his own image, and then breathed the breath of life into its nostrils, so that this form of clay became a living being. And so underneath that lies the notion that everything material is made of some sort of basic stuff, like clay is the basis of pots. And for centuries, scientists, philosophers wanted to know, what is that stuff? What are we made of? Now look here, a carpenter makes tables out of wood, and a potter makes pots out of clay. But I ask you, is a tree made of wood? Obviously not. A tree is wood. It's not made of it. Is a mountain made of rock? Obviously not. It is rock. See, our language contains innumerable ghosts. Supposing I say, the lightning flashes. Surely the flashing is the same as the lightning. There is not one thing called lightning and another called flashing. The lightning is the flashing. It is raining. What is this it that is raining? The rain. I can make a noun out of a verb any time by turning it into a gerund. So we populate the world with ghosts, which arise out of the structure of our language, and thus, therefore, of the structure of our thinking, because we think in language or in figurine, in numbers. And so it's an intensely fascinating investigation to find out what are the hidden assumptions that underlie language and figurine. In other words, language and mathematics. And here is this basic assumption, you see, that is almost with us all. It comes again and again into our everyday speech, that form, pattern, organization, organisms are made of something. As if there were some inert, primordial, and of course stupid stuff which had to be put into shape by an energy and an intelligence other than the stuff. Like the intelligence of the potter shapes the clay. So therefore, we have a basic picture of the world in which everything is being pushed around. There's a boss.
Yes, and it is you. I'm sorry. No, it's all good, Court. Listen, 10 scientists were on the plane, scheduled to be 12. 2 of them were late, right? So the story's coming from these 2, and then while they're telling the story, they say it was 4 in total, but they don't break up the other 2 until the end of the. You'll figure out why. So they're talking about the 2 scientists that don't make it. The guy said that there was something strange going on at the airport when him and his partner were late. He said that he already saw.
She's just kicking me.
Did you want me to come and pack you up and put you in the middle of a motherfucking grilled cheese sandwich, bitch, and make you wear some motherfucking high heels and put some motherfucking lingerie and walk around my motherfucking house, bitch? Did you pack you up, bitch?
What is that?
Okay, so take this. Take this and basically just edit it. Just edit like whatever you have to change. Don't just send it word for word. You have to read through it and edit.
Radhe Radhe Govinda. Wait, let me.
After I finish mine, After I finish mine, I'll play yours.
To it and examined it with ever more minute instruments. They first started cutting up things with knives and cutting them smaller and smaller and smaller until the particle that they wanted to dissect was exactly the same.
Jo. Det beror på när man är där.
På sommaren.
Ja, sommaren alltså. Nej, under bron är det på vintern.
Vi planerar inför nästa sommar, 24.
Nej, jag snackar nu på lördag. Om nästa sommar.
Welcome to Clown House, starring the Clowns. This is a dinner for schmucks entertainment event. I hope you enjoy. God bless you all. Prepare for absolute toxicity and neuroplasticity. God bless. Bye-bye, Ooh. What up, Gemma?
Well, I believe at least. So yeah, it's just something to think about. And kind of figure out where you stand.
Are you actually willing to take a stand? Like, are you trying to risk jail time? Because, like, I'd have to think about it, to be honest.
I mean, I don't know.
Oh, you're a bitch, Brad. You're a little fucking bitch.
And I also think that that's on the spectrum, right? Like, what you're willing to risk today might be way more of a risk tomorrow. You know, you might not think you're risking anything. Like, what if it's retroactive? What if it scans everything you said online and just decides, oh, like, you're a problematic person? Like, that's a real future that could happen. The limits of technology in terms of surveillance are, up to your imagination, really. And we've already seen movies depict how bad that can be, and reality could probably be much worse. So I don't know. Like, I think it's scary to consider, but it's literally how America was founded, is to stand up against tyranny, right? There's people living all over the world who have never known that freedom, who are living under, like, much greater oppression. Like, what are they really willing to risk? Like, I don't know. Again, it's a scary conversation, but I think about the Telegram founder sitting in jail right now. Think about Elon. Like, no wonder he supports Trump. Like, his personal freedoms are certainly at risk in doing what he's doing, allowing us to communicate how we are here. I'm really grateful for those people. I don't know if I would be that brave, but I hope so, like, when the time comes. And I think it might come. Who knows? But I hope so.
Yeah, the thing is that the history is the most predictable thing in the world. Like, the patterns just keep on repeating. And if you think about it, the Roman Empire lasted longer than the current, lifespan of America, and that shit fell. And at that time, people never thought that shit will fall, but it did, due to many, many, many reasons. And at the end of the day, it's like there are so many patterns that are even present right now, and you're seeing in other countries, specifically Latin American countries, that have been taken over by communist regimes that are not allowing actual elections and freedom of speech to take place. So, like, this shit's repeating itself, and we always think, like, the most fucking, like, mid-curve take is that it can never happen here, and that is some utter bullshit.
It's dangerous.
And you think,
I agree.
It's a dangerous mentality because honestly, it can and it has and it will
It's
again.
already
And
happening,
I think
bro.
if you've been to
Yeah.
a college campus in the past 10 years, bro,
Exactly.
like we all get fucking kicked out of school for the shit we say, bro. Like,
And given that,
average
like,
people,
given that the right to free
My
speech
youngest-
is established in the United States, like, I think it's especially important for U.S. citizens to speak out and try to uphold it as best they can to set that precedent for the rest of the world because, you know, it was started here, so it falls here. I think that's kind of, you know, a really bad sign to everyone else.
and
not
as
to,
this
like,
keeps on progressing, I think
you know,
more people in the crypto industry specifically will like go back to like the original point of all this shit. And because like again, if they take away your money, you have no real speech anyway. So like at some point, as this shit keeps on happening, I guess people will actually think about this crypto shit a little bit more seriously in terms of like what it stood for in the first place.
yeah, I think that's possible. I mean, the blockchain is
Hi.
censorship
My name
resistant.
my name is
Fuck let Way on. Who the fuck let Way Woo on?
Can I meet her, please? Can I please meet her? Wait,
Hi.
is that Mika speaking? Hi, Mika.
No, this way. This is not Mika.
Wei Wu.
Damn.
Wei Wu.
Hello.
Hello,
My name is
Kud.
Wei Wu.
My name is Kud. Konnichiwa.
What?
Wait, why do you
Yeah,
flirt
we're
with my
gonna get
man?
a feedback loop.
What?
Here we go.
Yeah. Wait, why did you call me a WHORE yesterday?
What? Sorry.
Yeah.
Wait. English not good. Can I please get- Hi.
PhD says change the space name to follow top chimper and I'll join and talk for a bit.
Wait, did Bob Black say that? Who said that?
Yeah.
Oh, low key, let's fucking do it. Okay. And wait, can I just speak to Wei Wu while you guys set that up?
Okay. What do you want to say?
I guess, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
What do you want to say?
So Wei Wu, where are you from?
I'm from Shandong, China.
Shanghai?
No, and I'm in Michigan.
Okay, and may I ask, is that you in your profile picture by any chance?
Yes, but I make pictures very I add many things to pictures, so no one see me.
Okay. Well, it was nice to get to know you. I dropped you a follow. Just letting you know.
I don't care.
Bob Black said everything.
Bro, she's not gonna fucking follow you back.
I was just making it known for the entire space so everyone knows that I follow her now. I wasn't asking for a follow back. I haven't asked for a follow back from anyone in a very long time.
Listen, I'm going to make America very honor, very good. Okay? Make America great. Okay? Thank you.
Sorry, I just came up here to say, yo, Kud, shut the.
You see what you guys have done? We try to have a productive conversation. Like, literally, this is what you care about? Mike is saying the end of RIP freedom, the end of the world, and you want to hear from fucking Wei Wu?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say end of the world.
No, I know, you didn't say that. I know. I definitely paraphrased a little too close to the sun.
But Mike, do you think there's enough military-aged males with high enough testosterone for us to like defend freedom of speech, or are we just going to by the microplastics?
I don't know, like,
I'm someone who defended Trump but didn't vote for him, and I told myself if it came down to it, I would. And after 2020, I said, well, we don't have free and fair elections anymore. But then Bobby came along, and I was just like, this is the guy. This is the guy. And here we are, and there's all this outpouring of love and everything. It's been 2 days, but I'm going to be a broken record until election day. It's not enough. These spaces are not enough. We have to ensure the integrity of this election. I don't even know if it's possible, but we have to try. And it's going to be, these spaces can and should continue. I think they're great. I only discovered Twitter Spaces recently, but this is a great way to connect with people. But we need more. We need to share more. We need to get more people on board. And everyone needs to look up or become familiar with all the voting processes of their state. I'm in the process of reading up about mine right now. The polling booths have to be finalized 20 days before the election, but it can change if there's a quote-unquote emergency situation. That's the kind of thing that they're going to use. That's the dirty tactic that they're going to use is emergency situations, last minute. Participate in exit polls. Conduct exit polls. Volunteer if you can. Guess what? The same people that helped steal the 2020 election, listen, you might have a different opinion on what happened. It's just my opinion that it was stolen. But so let me say, with that in mind, the people that helped steal the 2020 election, they're going to be working this one. You understand? The same shit is going to happen. These spaces are great. The outpouring of love is great. But we also need to dedicate some energy to, someone needs to come up with a concise bullet point list of things that we need to keep in mind coming up so that they don't pull the rug out from under us. You know, we have a lot of momentum now. Kennedy and Trump coming together is kind of a dream of mine. So I'm super happy that came out. One other thing I wanted to say to Patrick, your personal story was very touching, and you said something along the lines of no matter what you try, you can't change, you just can't help it. And I just want to let you know you can. I was addicted. I had a problem with Adderall abuse. I never had a prescription for it. Cocaine, alcohol, cigarettes, and I started, I don't know if I can talk about it, say microdosing, and it took maybe 6 months, but I'm 4 years sober from everything right now, and I don't even microdose anymore, you know? It is possible to change, no matter how hard it may seem, because it seemed impossible for me. I never thought I was going to be able to beat that. And I did. And I just know that I've talked to a lot of people who are scared off by those substances, and it's scary until you first try them. But
Can I interrupt you, Carla Julie? Did you pair it with any kind of books or anything, any kind of therapy or psychology to do your healing work?
Not really. I just listened to a lot of other people's personal experience with it. I did do sensory deprivation. There's a floating center nearby, so it helps you get to a meditative state easier. And I was practicing meditation, but it was very difficult for me because I probably have like adult ADHD or something. Like my mind just always constantly races. But I tried to quit all that stuff without microdosing, and I couldn't do it. I didn't think that I had the willpower, and microdosing is really kind of what unlocked the willpower that I thought I had lost. It created the new neural pathways, and it helped me a lot. And Patrick, I would just encourage you to just research it. I'm not telling you what to do, but just look into it. There's they might have just changed the MDMA therapeutic rules or law that was in place. And also one other thing real quick, can anyone confirm, did Bobby lose Secret Service protection?
Yes, he did. Earlier today, they stripped it from him.
Where's the source?
I just saw a post about it. I don't know if it has a source, but I want to say it's been 7 weeks since the attempt on Trump. We have 10 weeks to go. So again, with the unity and the love, it's great, but think of how much happened in the past 7 weeks. We have 10 more weeks to go. They haven't even started yet. It's going to be insane. It's going to be insane. We've got to come up with a concise list of things to keep in mind, rules to follow, things to watch out for, and we just got to stay united in this. Thanks.
So I have a main point, but I want to go over two things just after the last speaker. As far as the addiction goes, I take a supplement combination called Glynac, and it's glycine and NAC. NAC is N-acetylcysteine. And NAC is the stuff that they use, like if you overdose on like painkillers and you go to the hospital, it's the only thing that's going to save your life. And it's kind of like this very interesting supplement that has a lot of magical properties to it. Not to glorify it with words or anything, but look into NAC for addiction because there's studies that it helps with it. And if you pair it with glycine, it boosts your glutathione production, which is the most potent antioxidant in your body. And it will help with cleaning up anything inside your body and the like withdrawals. But look into it. There's some studies on it. I don't know. Maybe it could help you.
I didn't take liposomal glutathione. Is that the same thing?
Well, I don't know. See, I'm not a doctor. None of this is medical advice, but I'm a health nut because I got pre-diabetes and fatty liver at age 25 because I didn't understand that the food you eat can be toxic. Hence one of the big reasons why I'm here. And I became a health nut once I took my health back, and so I study it about 2 hours a day. It's like my special interest. And I know that if you take glycine and combine it with NAC, it boosts your glutathione production in the body. I don't know how absorbable liposomal glutathione is.
I hate to interrupt the Borfel conversation, but are you vaccinated?
No.
Stop interrupting. Raise your hand.
Stop interrupting.
I did not get vaccinated. I almost lost my job and other things, so I actually got.
Sorry to interrupt the Borfel, but are you vaccinated?
That was a whole ordeal. And everyone I know who got vaccinated got really sick. And I'm still scared if my girlfriend's going to end up getting cancer or something. Who knows what could happen. But anyways, yeah, for the point you just brought up, I think giving your body the tools to produce the glutathione is, in my non-professional opinion, probably better than just taking it, but it's something you should research. Anyway, the 2 points I wanted to... Yeah? Go ahead. Oh, I just didn't want to get too off topic for everyone else, but the points I really wanted to touch on was, I heard other people talking about volunteering for Election Day, and I think that is so important. I am in. I'm going to look into it as soon as I get off here and volunteer in my town. And, I mean, if anyone's interested, message me. I would love to maybe make, like, a map of the U.S. and try to, map out where we have people who will be on the ground and where
I hate to interrupt.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Meetups.
Yeah, it would really be great to track where we have people and where we don't as well, because if we track the votes and see where things spiked, if it does happen, we'll know. It's like, hey, we didn't have anyone there. We didn't have anyone to oversee that. So if anyone's interested, just message me. And then, my main point was just going to be about the Secret Service. I wanted to know if anyone had a source to prove that was true. I've seen a lot of people post it. I reposted it. I usually don't repost unless I look into it. But it concerns me because I have noticed that the mainstream media has been bringing RFK on ever since this announcement to talk about things that go against their donors. I mean, these are people who are paying the money to silence him. And he's out there speaking about it on mainstream media. It didn't quite make any sense to me, and I wasn't sure what was going on. And so I have a very mild, worry that if they do remove a Secret Service protection, if that's accurate, then wouldn't it make sense that they would put him on the media so that they can push him out of the news cycle, get something else that's more fresh, and then maybe silence him for good? I don't know. It's just a mild worry of mine. Anyway, thank you.
What are you talking about, pushing him out of the news cycle?
The assassination attempt was in the news, and then they pushed it out for the next thing, and then they were running that. They very quickly brushed it under the rug. I'm just worried they're gonna put him on just to be like, yep, we told the story, we're moving on. Now it's about this next thing. Look over here. So I don't know. We'll see. But if that post is true about the Secret Service, it does bring up some concerns for me. Because everything just feels a little weird right now. Very, very unnatural.
Yeah, one of the things, I follow is definitely like the money trail and all that. So, I guess it could be a good thing if he's close to Trump because, Trump does seem to be closely aligned with one of the major CIA contractors. That would be Peter Thiel. So, maybe he's trying to get close to Trump to get on the inside. So I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work, but I'm interested to know if Peter Thiel can kind of like, call the dogs off, or so to speak. So who knows?
How about where's Miss Maryland? How about if we hear from you? Hi, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. How's it going today?
Great, thank you. It's going good, thank you. I just want to say, actually, I want to follow up on the Secret Service. I saw that too, and it's interesting that they just revoked his Secret Service privilege. So I said that's good. That's like interesting timing that they did that, which is crazy. Now it's like he can't go and campaign, I think, with Trump. So that's crazy. And these rallies, I mean, this is where the assassination attempt came. So I was like, this is wild. But, for this election, you just expect the unexpected. So this is kind of retaliation from the DNC. But anyway, I was going to say, I am so now excited for the Unity ticket. I wasn't at first. I was kind of like, oh my gosh, what are we getting ourselves into? But in hindsight, just thinking about the chess move that Kennedy is playing, I'm excited for that. I'm kind of like, I was so praying that he'd make the right decision, and I really think he made the right decision. I think he put it on the table. I think he heard us, that we didn't want him to drop out, and he didn't really drop out. So I'm like, okay, this is good, and he didn't end the campaign. It's suspended. And what I like about this is that there's all options on the table. One, he can ensure Trump wins by a landslide. He gets the cabinet position, whatever, and he can still win, people. I'm just saying, he can still win. It's still on my list of things that could happen. And deny Kamala votes. So, I mean, this guy is a genius. Kennedy supporters, you need to be proud of Kennedy. Kennedy is making it happen. This guy is making power moves in a power position. I'm like, oh my gosh. I mean, in hindsight, I was thinking about today, I was like, honestly, the Kennedy campaign was, look, we were going nowhere. Just to be real, we weren't really going, we weren't moving the car. And now we got all this momentum, and we're moving, and we're going somewhere, and I'm so excited. We got energy in the campaign. We got Mega on board. We got Trump. So I've just done just a complete turnaround. I'm like, this is good. I don't think we could see that at first, but this is good. We're now going somewhere, whereas before I don't think we could go anywhere. So my hope, though, is that, this is my hope. I hope Trump makes Kennedy VP, because he is bringing some votes and momentum to the table. Just saying, maybe that'll happen, maybe not, but I'm just saying he's bringing something to the table. So anyway, lastly, I want to just say I'm definitely making America healthy. I'll be taking my boys probably in another month, so I'll be taking care of making America healthy. So I'm already on board with that. So, and with that, I'll land the plane. Thank you, everybody.
Can I just point out the three things in what Kennedy said for his Unity Party speech, which were ending the forever wars. The second is the vaccines and poisoning ourselves with big pharma. And the third is censorship. And those three major issues is what unites Americans and defeats the Marxist communist terrorists known as Kamala Harris and Chinese waltz.
I'd like to just add to that real quick. Sure, go for it. In my little town of 164 people, we were all suspended from Twitter permanently. Isn't that so? Again, what it feels like to have your freedoms lost is real, and every single person. And we're in a town of 164. We're nobody. I'm a 66-year-old grandma, and my voice was stifled permanently, and it took, I think, about 4 or 5 months before I could even get back on. So I'm all for it. That's free speech. I think the war thing, the carnage, is what's really, the world needs this Trump and RFK Jr. ticket. The world needs it. The carnage is real, and people don't need to die, and the evil protesting that's going on, it's not getting anywhere. So, we need to be able to live free in our country. We need to get our country back for the American citizens and our veterans, and exactly that Exactly those three things are what we need to focus on. That's what we're saving, but we're rescuing our children as well. Thank you.
I just hope I agree, and I hope everyone is thinking. We've got to make sure we hold folks accountable once we're there, and we don't take our eye off the ball after the election, because they're going to need the support of the people to get this done. And again, I still have my doubts on whether or not I don't know. I just really hope Trump is genuine. But I'm loving the energy that everyone has together, and as I'm in these spaces, I realize my heart is with a lot of Trump supporters. As I listen to all you guys talk, it's clear that a lot of us are aligned. So it does give me hope, for the future, regardless. But we gotta hold them accountable. There were a lot of promises made last time. Not all of them were kept, and if the people are pointing him in the right direction, it's a lot harder for him to go off course. So, I know there's a few hands up, so I'm not sure who's next, but Robin,
How do you rationalize? How do you get around the fact that both Trump and Kennedy were possibly, Kennedy's uncle, Kennedy's father, but the assassination attempts themselves, that investigation, if they should win the presidency, that those commissions, can we even trust it? Will we ever get to the bottom of the truth on who killed Kennedy, who tried to kill Donald Trump's head off?
Kennedy is going to expose all of that. You can bank on it. Look what he's doing right now while he's been campaigning. He sued Biden for censorship and winning. He's countersued all of these lawsuits across the nation against the DNC for these ballot things, these frivolous lawsuits, and won. He's done all these other things in his past, in his 40 years of litigating Monsanto and DuPont and all the rest. He's won, okay? He knows where to go. He's going to expose. That's one of the things he said on one of his posts. The first thing he does in the first probably week of his office is turn all of that over for us. Open it up. He's going to expose it. So, yeah, you can be assured of that. And I'm sure he's probably talked to Trump about, hey, let's look in what happened to you. Where did that all go? Neither one of them can get at that right now, right? We got to get them in office, right?
Yeah. Sorry, but really quick, guys, listen, I do have to run, but, Johnny, thanks for giving me the chance to co-host. Robin, it was great co-hosting with you too. I'm looking forward to continuing to connect with you guys.
Thank you,
and
Jay.
let's keep the conversation going. So y'all have a great day, okay?
You too, Jay. Thank you for everything, too, and appreciate your help.
Yes, thank you, Jay. Peace, y'all be easy. Bye.
Okay, so I think rightfully Count Raven, and I see Mrs. Nova to you, and then we have Natalie. Let's go that direction, and then we'll go back on over to Giorgio. All right, how's that?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
All right, so the first thing I wanted to tell you guys, so the other night I was actually on one of the spaces with you guys. Robin, I think you were there. I'm almost positive you were there. I know Johnny was there. There was a bunch of us. We went till I think 4, maybe later. But I wanted to tell whoever was there and whoever's in here now that this movement does matter. So during that call, you guys had me dying, but my 14-year-old daughter, who's high functioning, was next to me, and I didn't know she was awake, but she had been listening to the entire conversation. So after it ended, she had popped up and she's like, "Are you off the call?" And I said, "Oh, you could have talked to me. I was just listening." And she's like, "No, I was listening too." And I was like, "Oh, you were?" And she said, "Yeah." And she goes, "That made me feel really good. And I absolutely think that this is something you should be a part of, Mom, because I have been keeping my kids up to date with the movement on Kennedy and everything that has happened and everything that they have put him through. We're reading 1984 with them. My 4 kids are under the age of 15, but we're reading 1984 and we're discussing it and we're seeing how it relates to today's society. And they notice at a young age the censorship, how everybody is similar, and that's what it's being pushed for. So this movement is powerful, And when children realize that it's the right thing to do, I think we are onto something when it comes to it. The second thing was the security, his taking away the services. I think we need to step up now. I think as the masses, we need to email Kennedy and say, what can we do to step up and be in front of you? Because I'm going to be honest, if it's between my life and his, I would gladly sacrifice it, because that means not only am I sacrificing it for him, but it's for my children, it's for your children, it's for the country. I would stand in front of him to make sure that that bullet did not hit him, because I can't get on that podium. I can't run this country. I am not in that position, but he is. And when they say one person cannot change this world, they're mistaken, because for every single person who was in an impossible situation with impossible odds, I praise God that they didn't sit there and roll over and go, well, I'm not going to get out of this. They fought and they made it out, and it was not impossible. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that at you guys. Thanks.
I think it's just so great that you're reading 1984 with your kids. I mean, that's so amazing. It really is, and more power to you to do that. Wow, I wish I'd done that with my boys.
You have to realize that Meta is Big Brother. It is absolute censorship. They're deleting videos. You can't have free speech on Instagram. They delete you now for harassment, racism, whatever the hell they want to say, and it's totally automated. That's the problem, is they will automate censorship, and citizens will not be able to communicate with citizens anymore.
Hey, are you reading the sex scenes with them? I mean, be careful.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I did. And we did discuss it, and the logic that I used for them to understand it was that in this world, in this society, with the double thinking and the newspeak and the censorship and the watching, all of your thoughts are contained. There's no outlet to release those thoughts and the creativity and your ideas and your feelings. So when he's looking at these women and he's thinking those thoughts, I don't blame him. I blame what they've done and what they have made him into creating the world that he cannot share, that he finds somebody attractive, or that he cannot speak how he wants to speak, so that all those negative thoughts, that's what it results to. The anger builds up, the hatred builds up, the violence builds up. There is no other outlet other than to think all those nasty things. But I did not censor them, because I think that with relating it to them now, as they see time go on, that hopefully that story and the reasoning behind what he was doing, they can understand when somebody else is, when we're put in that position and something happens, they can see the other side of it and being like, okay, well, I don't agree with it, but I do understand why it happened, if that makes sense.
Well, it's a great book. I recommend Lord of the Rings next, because give them the courage to fight. That's the next step. Because most people, they recognize they're in a bad situation, but we don't have the courage, and I don't even have it. I mean, I don't have a verified account. I don't want, say my opinions, and then after I get back to employers and stuff.
My son did ask me, he said, well, he goes, so when we see somebody doing something wrong, should we always speak up? Or are there situations where we shouldn't? And I told him, no. Silence is complicity. You do speak up. You don't have to attack. You don't have to be violent. But sometimes it does get violent, and that is when you have to defend yourself. So all these books that we're reading are definitely trying to steer them in the direction of, you speak your truth, you defend those who have the same and other truths, because once we start taking away the freedom of speech of one group, we're next. It's not just, oh, we're going to take it from them. No. You've just set the pavement for them. You just approved it. You allowed it, so now you're next, and then you're next, and then we're next, and now we're all done. Now we have to do exactly what they say with words that they choose, because otherwise the children will be running this country, and we will be erased.
I'm gonna kind of jump the queue here. Mike, Kelly, how are you? Good to see you. And I can't hear you. Oh my gosh.
I can't hear you either, mate.
Bummer, man. Okay, let's bring you right back up. How's that?
Can I just give 2 examples of how censorship can be dangerous? If you live next door to a migrant hotel where they're knifing and selling drugs and doing prostitution, and you go on X and you say, these people got to go, you'll be labeled a racist. Second, if you talk about the vaccine and about how now you're sterile or you got cancer or a brain aneurysm, that's labeled medical misinformation. That is the type of censorship control which is happening right now at this very moment across all major platforms.
Yep, well, we're trying to work on it, aren't we? This is what we're trying to do is get somebody in there that's been suing for that kind of stuff. Go ahead, Mike, let's try it again. Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello? Hello?
Yo.
What's up?
Nothing. I was just sitting here talking to people on X Spaces. What are you doing?
You sound like you're on another phone talking through another phone talking to me.
Hold on. Oh, all right. I think that should be better. I have my Bluetooth speaker on.
Oh, yeah, it sounded like you were down the hallway. But what's going on, my man? How's your Sunday?
It's chill. I just had
I'm just opening the beer right now.
Yeah, I'm drinking wine with orange juice. Chardonnay.
I've never done that.
It's some
I mean, I've drank
mimosa.
champagne.
I know, but what's the difference?
I know a good mimosa, but I've never a Chardonnay.
Dude, I've been drinking Miller High Life with orange juice, and it has been fucking out of this world.
Oh, well, damn.
I mean, I want to open up a restaurant and just call it Orange, dedicated to Donald Trump and Orange Miller High Life.
I didn't know they made an orange Miller High Life.
No, I take orange juice and then I pour it into the bottles, and then I just drink the bottles.
Yeah, but that's why I don't drink Corona. Is like if I gotta put a lime in the bottle to make it taste good, like I don't want to drink the beer.
Yeah, but there's something about it. It's like a cream soda or something, because it.
Yeah, well, like have you ever had a Blue Moon?
Yeah, but it's not orange enough because they just put an orange peel. They squeeze an orange in, and then.
Well, you can get orange put in the bottom. They'll put an orange concentrate in the bottom, then fill it up, and then put an orange slice on top.
Mm.
Like like if you do it Belgium style.
Well, then that's the way the Belgians figured out beer, because honestly, beer with an orange makes it 10 times, not 10 times better, but like probably 3 times better. Because I don't even like the taste of beer anymore now. Now I'm like, ugh. You just drink beer? You don't put OJ in your beer? Your beer tastes like shit.
Dude, beer literally tastes like water to me now.
I know, but that's why an orange in it makes it it tastes like a cream popsicle.
Yeah, I'm thinking about like just giving up on drinking altogether. It doesn't really do a whole lot. It's like I'm about to give up on weed too, because I smoke all the time, but I never feel like I'm ever really high anymore.
Yeah, well, that's the problem is
the beer. I don't do the liquor, but the beer's not working, and neither is the weed. So, at some point, why am I spending money on something that doesn't work? Because it's got to be all in my mind. Like
no.
my own mental addiction.
No, you don't get it.
What don't I get?
You use the chemicals. Whether it's ethanol or tetrahydrocannabinoid delta 9 to continue to just lubricate your journey.
Synaptic pathways. Yeah, I get how the brain works.
So I don't understand your complaints
whether we're talking about dopamine, norepinephrine, epinephrine.
Then what are your complaints? I don't get it. You're bored and lonely, and you're not being creative.
I'm not bored and lonely, dude. I just worked in my garden for fucking 3 hours today, planting and pulling out weeds and shit.
Well, you're the kind of guy. See, I used to be like you, where I would smoke a cigarette with my friends and then complain about smoking a cigarette.
No, I'm just saying it doesn't really do anything for me. Like, I mean, like when I wake up sober and I don't do anything for like 2 or 3 days, and then I go back to drinking and smoking after being, you know, when I go through my fast, it just, there's really not a whole lot of difference is all I'm saying.
Well,
Like at the end of my fast, it does like, and then in the middle of my, you know, pleasure palace, you know, for lack of another word, of my mind, you know, when I'm allowing myself to do what I want to do, like there's really no big, like, discernible difference between the two when it comes to my personality as how I perceive it, not as other people perceive it, because other people perceive things differently than I do, apparently.
I know, but this app is a great way at essentially not freeing yourself, but adding to yourself. Meaning that I have friends, you know, from high school, you know, that I traveled to the Middle East with. Family members, you know, to Jordan, to Amman, and I learned Arabic and I learned their culture of, you know, of being an alpha male and not being a little complaining bitch. And I'm not saying you're a complaining bitch. I'm just saying that when
Dude,
you
we're gonna fight next time we see each other.
no,
We're gonna put on kitten. No, we're putting on kitten gloves. And we're gonna see who can claw each other the most.
what I'm trying to say is, like, you know, Alan Watts.
This is my transition into furryism.
Alan Watts, and you know, actually, Heronstone is playing Alan Watts right now, and I was like, "Yep, I bet you Doc won't be in that room." And then I went in the room, and then I complained, and I was like, "Well, finally, you're doing something right."
I was in here earlier listening to you when you had them on in the background.
No, that was a different room. That was X. I closed that, but I was talking about Kennedy.
Oh.
What I'm trying to say is that if you're gonna stop smoking or you're gonna stop drinking, don't let the devil know. Meaning, don't let your left hand know what your right hand's planning to do. And you already know what agape is. So if you wanna,
Fatherly love.
yeah, you already know the secret. Agape is the secret. But you might not be agape enough to yourself. That's what you might be missing. Self-agape.
Yeah, I just, like, I am bored. I'm not lonely. I mean, I've got people that want to keep coming over here all the time.
Yeah, that's because people want to come over and drink and smoke with you and get high.
No, these are people that are on my level.
Well, whatever, dude. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you turn your place into a meditation yoga studio and invite girls to come over to do yoga.
No.
Well, then you're never gonna get it.
I don't need to have women doing yoga around me, like in, like, you know, downward facing dog, in order to be able to get excited.
Listen, I'm giving you my opinion because this is what I hope for myself.
It's your opinion. You know what? I'll put your 2 pennies in my pocket and think about pulling out that cent. Or maybe the fart that I did in my pants. That's why I got another cent.
Well, I told my dad once what a fart is, and he couldn't stop laughing. Do you know what a fart is?
Yeah, it's a way to give a broke man a cent in his pocket.
That might be funnier than my joke.
Go ahead.
A fart is air passing over a turd.
Asking for the passing lane.
Count de Monet. Count de money. Count de money.
Yeah, I've counted my money plenty. I don't need to do it again.
Count de money.
No, I just, honestly, it's, like, today, I've had, like, maybe 5 beers. And I've smoked, like, 2 blunts. That's, like, 15% of what I normally do.
Well, the thing is, like, if I were to, you know, I just believe...
It doesn't do it for me, is all I'm saying.
I get that, but what I'm trying to say is, you're going to have to figure it out yourself, meaning that whatever choices you make, you have to try to use the drug. That's why I read a lot of books on drugs, because I do see the light at the end of the tunnel, meaning I do want to come out of my consumption and basically go on a health streak in the same way that I go on a drug and an alcohol streak. You know, I want to maintain the intelligence, but that's why I mix the cannabis and ethanol with philosophy or poetry, because I'm trying to retain something from the experience that can help me soberly, meaning that anger management.
I literally, like, you know, did the garden for 3 hours this morning with no headphones on, no music, nothing interfering with me, and it was like 7 o'clock this morning is when I started. And, you know, I was like raking out all the you know, weeds with, you know, from the rows, you know, and then I was planting more seeds and shit. And like, that was my meditation, because I was just being quiet with myself and concentrating on the task that needed to be completed. And to me, that was what was more fulfilling than anything, was the fact that I just, you know, got out there and told myself that I wanted to do something, and I actually went and did it.
Right.
And I did it to completion. And I did it, you know, in utter silence within my own head.
Yeah.
You know, I was thinking dumb shit that I don't remember that I was thinking. I can tell you some shit, but, you know, not all of it.
Well,
you know, I was just, you know, I was meditating and trancing out while just, like, you know, raking over rows and, you know, planting, you know, seeds.
I get that,
You know,
but
to me, that's my new version. That's my new version of meditation.
well, that's great. That your method is flawless. I've been doing gardening over here. I finally got things cleaned up around here, but my point is, you know, now I'm covered in mosquito bites, and I have to ice down my legs because, you know, I got fucking Zika virus now. So there's a trade-off. It's a fucking trade-off.
West Nile. Hey, if you get really bit a bunch, take a half a Benadryl. A diphenhydramine, a Benadryl is an antihistamine, and like if you get a sunburn when you're surfing, sunburns will like itch and sting, you know, when they're like you're trying to lay in bed and you got to put aloe on and all that bullshit. But if you take a half a Benadryl, histamine itching is a response of like transmitters from the skin into the nervous system. So it's a histamine block, so it actually stops you from itching just from taking half of a, you know, Benadryl. You know, bug bites are the same thing as
You know, if I take that Benadryl, it could kill me. I've got fatty liver.
Sorry, I'm full of useless information.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if I could like, if I had a magic wand, and I could make all your dreams come true, all of your complaints would disappear immediately. But then, after enough time, you'd formulate new complaints.
You'd be really upset if you ever gave me that one wish.
Listen,
I've thought about that so much that you would never want me to make that one wish. Nobody would.
what's the one wish?
To end this world, that we may all be with God and be judged.
But you already are with God and you're judged.
Yeah, but the world is not ended.
The world is God.
No, I do not. How do you discern that? Please let me know.
Meaning that the universe is God, but the world is like a dust particle.
Creation of God.
Yeah.
Created the heavens and the earth. Yes.
Yeah. But you are the macro, like your hands say it all. So you are essentially the universe, but like symbolically in the form of a body or of a human. I mean, the symbolism has all been worked out. I've read that the real language of the universe, I mean, it's not obviously in English, it's all in hieroglyphics. So the communication that we're doing now is not the communication, is not the divine communication. And I'm not saying it's Hebrew, but I'm saying Hebrew might be closer, but it doesn't matter. That's all bullshit because it's all translated. But what I'm trying to say is the complex ideas are more hieroglyphic. So if I were to do a painting and do a bunch of symbols, you'd be like, dope. I'd be like, dope. You know, that would be it. There would be no more debate or conversation because you would just be, the communication would come through the symbols as opposed to like a poem or an essay or words. I mean, the
Alright,
symbols
so
are words.
what is it in, like, you know, Indian, Egyptian, and Mayan, like, glyphs that are in the temples in all three religions, even though they're on all three different continents? Why do they all have the same alien that's carrying a purse?
I think it's the interpretation of that glyph would be a girl gotta eat.
Actually, that has nothing to do with what the modern consensus is.
He's so uptight. I don't know. You tell me.
It was like the idea that there was like a being that we refer to as like the Anunnaki came down to Earth, and like they had these like little portable briefcases that were like breathing machines, and it shows them looking like astronauts, sort of, you know, and then, you know, they're walking around with these briefcases, interacting with the people, even, you know, across 3 different continents. And, you know, the idea that, you know, in a time when there should have been no cohesion of like commonality between these cultures, the fact that there was a common glyph that reciprocates the idea of a being that comes down and has a purse or a breathing apparatus to be able to breathe within our environment, you know, because they're probably alien and they don't breathe, you know, the amount of nitrogen that we have in our air. Maybe nitrogen is like, you know, poisonous to them, you know, and we breathe in like, you know, what, 80% nitrogen when you take in a lungful of oxygen.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, who knows, you know, who they were, you know, and you want to, you know, dude, like everybody in history right now is less than 125 years old. So anybody alive, they can't go back more than 125 years. I don't even know anybody 125 years. But the point is, I'm just rounding up, saying you are not older than that point. And then, like, you want to talk about shit that happened, you know, years and years ago, and add in like shit that was based on something that was never written down, you know, to say like, oh, the history was written by the winner and the loser never got their truth be able to be told, but we're telling it now. Yeah, suck my left nut and make the right one jealous. It's a bunch of dumb shit. You know, dude, I don't want to understand what people are trying to tell me with their conspiracies. I just want to be okay with myself and know that I've really repented to God for the evil things that I have done, and I won't do them again.
Well, you're not gonna do them again. You're not. You don't. Nobody likes to repeat themselves. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's true. You have to admit it. People don't like repetition.
Yeah, but you know, when it was easy to make money. Dude, I got out of the game because the money was so easy.
Oh, well, this is what I'm saying is Clownhouse YouTube. I think it's still a winning alchemical formula for getting money from cell phones out of thin fucking air. Can you do magic like that? I'm trying to do that kind of magic. The algorithm does not like me though.
You don't like yourself, man.
No, that's not true. I love myself. I'm loving myself.
No.
Sir, that's just your opinion.
You love parts of yourself.
Well, that's fine. You know, my dad used to say, in dysfunction, there's still some function.
And within some function, there is no totality.
Well, sir, that's just like your opinion.
Well, prove me wrong.
Okay. I'm gonna hit a bell though. I'm not actually gonna say that.
If you're gonna hit the triangle.
Okay.
And he never even had one lesson. I am that guy, aren't I? Dude, I really don't have a problem offending people these days. When I was younger, I was always worried about offending people. Why does that change when you get old?
I don't know. I think just because you recognize the importance of freedom of speech, meaning that even that even if your ideas are bad, by saying them out loud, people are going to give you the inverse. So it course corrects your projection, no matter what it is.
Oh man, sounds like a fucked up version of government.
Basically, yeah, government does project.
Well, governo mentis, to steer the mind.
Yeah.
You know, to steer is to be a captain of a ship. You're guiding it on a path, and then so you're guiding on a mind, which just means mind control. If you believe in your government, you believe in mind control. Do you believe in your neighbors? Ignore. That chick's trying to take me out to dinner. I know she wants to take me out to dinner. It's fucking Sunday. I know where she wants to go. I'm trying to go out to dinner. But anywho, that's a bitch's G-string. You either pay her at the bar or you pay her at the house.
I got a letter from the state of Illinois telling me that they're suspending my license. I was like, oh fuck. I was like,
what?
Fucking blood pressure exploded.
Yeah, they had to give a reason.
Because I got a speeding ticket in Utah during my cousin's wedding and I didn't pay it. So they cross-communicated and now they're suspending my license. And now I have to go to court in Utah to face a judge in some little podunk town outside of Moab.
Call the court and see if you could just pay it. Use your credit card. Use your credit card.
I lost the ticket, so I filed this thing to get a copy of the ticket.
You know the clerk of court for the county where the ticket was issued. Call the clerk of court on tomorrow, Monday, right? I would call them at 9:30. After they're able to get a little bit of coffee in them, and then call them at 9:30 and be like, hey, I have this ticket. I live in another state. Is there a way that I can pay it to release the suspension on my license? And they'll tell you, they'll get your number and they'll probably talk to the judge, and the judge will be like, yeah, the fines plus $100 fee on top of the fine, but if you pay it, it'll be cheaper than a fucking airline ticket back there and back.
You're so smart. But not smart enough, because I did exactly...
I wasn't smart enough to get a fucking ticket in Utah? Yeah, I'm not that smart. Dude, I love my new pipe, man. My new pipe is the shit.
You smoke weed and do you do spliffs out of it, or you just do weed?
I just smoke weed out of it. My little Sherlock pipe you see in my picture?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. It's a nice meerschaum pipe.
I have been battling ants on my property that are basically living in the enclosed wooden rear porch of the building. There's a lot of ants here because it's next to this garden, so I've been battling them, and they're unstoppable. They are fucking unstoppable.
You want to make a bet?
I have drowned them. I have poisoned them. I just haven't burned them with a
What did you
flamethrower yet.
poison them? All right. What did you poison them with?
I have an ant killer spray, and then I have these ant killer like plastic things, which I think are totally ineffective. But
Yeah. All right. You want to know how farm boys do it?
what, soap and water?
Nope. Well, I mean that's how you get like worms off your tobacco.
Mm. So how
That's a whole
how
nother
do you
thing.
kill these fuckers? Because they're like the
All right,
greatest army
like,
ever
have you ever-
created.
Have you ever looked up a chemical called permethrin?
No, I don't know about that.
Look up a chemical called permethrin. I used to call it, when I was a kid, I called it permethrin or promethazine because I couldn't pronounce it right. But it's permethrin or promethazine. But what it is it comes in a liquid in like a gallon jug, and it'll be like $60 for the gallon jug. But you take like, half a cup and then put it in a garden 1 gallon sprayer and fill the rest up with water and walk around and spray your whole fucking yard with that shit. And anything that jumps, breathes, it sheets or dies inside of a grass will be fucking dead, and it won't hurt the grass. Like when you give a dog like the flea drip medicine on the back of their neck,
Mm-hmm.
that's permethrin.
Oh, I see.
Or promethazine, or that you give them the pill that they ingest it and then but that's the same thing. It's okay for like dogs and a lot of other animals, but you're not able to give it to cats because it'll kill a cat because the cat has a gland that it fucks with and it'll kill the cat.
Mm.
But if you spray it, cats won't they'll smell it and they won't go on your property. But after 24 hours, it won't hurt a cat if they go across the grass.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not trying to kill cats. You're just trying to kill all the like sand fleas and ticks and anything that creepy crawlies. Any of that shit that creepy crawlies in the grass. With that, and 1 gallon would do like around your building probably like 5 times. That shit goes hard. That's how you get rid of I literally just ordered a whole gallon into my ag store, and they had to order it in special for me. But it'll be here next week, and I'm about to do my whole fucking yard again. But when I do it, it'll last all the way until next spring. Promethazine, something like that. Permethazine. Yeah, I always think I put the R in front of it when I do it wrong in my head spelling it. It's like per, not pro. But promethazine, I think is what it's called. But it's the shit for getting rid of like anything that creepy crawlies in your grass. Ants, spiders, ticks, fleas, sand gnats, any of that shit. It just kills them all. And then you need to go, they have these little bombs that you can buy. They're like, you know what a bath bomb is?
Mm-hmm.
They make these bath bomb little things that you can buy, and you go find like the standing water that's around you where the mosquitoes or like the larvae are doing their thing and popping out of the water. You throw these little bath bombs in. They're environmentally friendly. You're not hurting the environment at all. And you throw them in like every 15 feet or so, and it puts like an oil slick on top of the water that suffocates the mosquito larvae. And that'll cut down on your mosquitoes.
Wait, what did you say?
It's an insecticide that's in a bath bomb.
Oh, I see.
And you go walk around your building, and wherever there's standing water, if there's a bucket that has water in it, kick it over and turn it upside down. You don't want standing water.
Dude, the fucking garden. This is my complaint: is the fucking garden has all these rainwater buckets, and they just have giant fucking huge rainwater buckets. They use to water the garden, but
we gotta, people who live here gotta fucking deal with all their fucking bugs. I hate these people, but I don't really hate them, but, you know, it's like, I realize, it's like, I could get angry about anything.
The water system.
You know, the only thing is you just can't, when you go outside, you got to be quick because, man, they are everywhere. And if you leave your door open, they get in the house. And, man, I had a leak in the pipes and I had to call a plumber. And there was this fucking mosquito. It was like an angel mosquito, you know, one of those really big ones, very mature. And this guy had a blowtorch. He fucking burned that angel. It fucking, for a second, it was on fire flying and just turned into ashes.
This bitch really wants to go to dinner.
Girl gotta eat, dog. It's Sunday night, man. It's fucking, the feeling is right.
Made. I got leftovers. It's Sunday. I ain't
Feeling's right. And we'll invite her over for the leftovers and for a little extra protein sauce.
She gobbles my knob enough that I don't want it on a regular basis.
Yeah.
She's trying to make it a regular basis by doing that. Oh, like I was here Wednesday. Oh, I was here Thursday. Oh, I was here Saturday. Oh, I was here Sunday. Nah, bitch. Nah, you were here Wednesday. You gave me a fucking knob. You tried to get here on Thursday. You tried to get here on Saturday. You trying to get here on Sunday. I ain't trying to hear that shit. You slop my knob. I'm good. I'll talk to you next week. I ain't thirsty, man. These bitches are crazy. I'm telling you, man. It's only going to get worse from here when it comes to these women. You know, I know you're younger than me, but dude, I'm telling you, like they get thirstier and thirstier, and you feel more like the Sahara every day.
Well, that's, I mean, you know, I don't know, being younger than you doesn't mean that I'm also not withdrawn, meaning that I'm not going to go out of my way anymore, you know, to like pursue a woman. I mean, maybe if she's super hot and she really likes me, but most of these girls are just basically like using men, either for sex or economics, which is, you know, free food.
And around here, it's economics.
Yeah. I'm just saying the fat, ugly ones.
But the thing is, they'll throw their economics at me at the beginning to get me enticed in order for me to become like, you know, the stepdad.
But so fucked up. That's basically, I was in a clown house room and somebody was like, if I marry my girlfriend and she has 2 kids and I raise those kids, am I a beta? Everybody was like, yeah, you the beta.
Yep.
You the shrimp. Like, she's using you, she's eating you, like she's parasiting you, vampiring you. And he's like, fuck, I don't want to be a beta.
But the only reason my dad wasn't a beta when he adopted me when I was 14 was because he already had 2 daughters and a son from another woman and then married my mom when he adopted me. So, and my mom only had me. So, you know, he took me under his wing because he already had 3 other children, and, you know, but I was the one, like all his other kids loved him because he had a lot of money. And I like the fact that he would throw a baseball with me in the backyard. You know, so he and I had a much more wholesome relationship compared to his own natural kids. And he even left me a note that said, like, you know, so much, you know, like, you know, all my kids always wanted stuff from me, and all you wanted from me was my time. And I love you for that. You know, that was like one of the last things I ever heard from him.
Yeah, my dad worked.
It wasn't about the money, man.
My dad worked for this really wealthy guy, like extraordinarily wealthy, and my dad said he was very lonely, very depressed. Spent all his time with his dogs because he didn't want to spend any time with his kids, who only wanted to see him if he was going to pay him to see him, you know. So it was he was like totally isolated. Yeah.
It's like that though. Because I grew up poor. They grew up with their dad having already been in the military. My sister Joanna was born on Fort Hood, you know, and when he was a combat medic in the 1st Cavalry. like he always, had money. He was a combat nurse after that, and then he got out of that and he went into college and he got his anesthesia degree. So he was a nurse anesthetist. And you were talking $250,000 a year in 1990.
That's a lot of money.
Like, that's a lot of money back then.
That's like 1.5 million probably.
No, I mean, I'm talking net. I'm after taxes. I'm not talking gross.
No, I'm talking about in terms of inflation.
Anesthesia business.
In 1990, 100,000 today would be worth like fucking 800,000.
Almost $1 million, for sure. So $250,000 back then would be worth almost $2 million, or probably about $2 million today.
Especially in Georgia, your money goes a little bit further in the South.
No, this is in Florida back then.
Oh, I see. Where in Florida was it?
I grew up in Florida. I was born in Georgia. My mom moved to Florida to get away from my dad.
Oh, I see.
Melbourne, Florida.
I don't know. Is it Gulf Coast or?
I went. No, it's Space Coast.
Oh, nice.
You know Space Coast?
I mean, is that where they launched the spaceships or something?
Yep.
What, the Kennedy
Space Center?
Kennedy Space Center? Yeah. What is that, Pensacola?
Yep. No, that's in the Panhandle.
Oh. I don't know.
No, you know where Cocoa Beach, I Dream of Jeannie, East Coast, Central Florida.
Yeah.
Cape Canaveral.
I mean, I've never been there, so I don't know it, but.
Well, it's 100. All right, so this is how it works. If you drive down I-95 and you get into Florida, from Georgia going south towards Miami, the first big city you're going to pass is going to be Jacksonville. That's exit 360, and it's 360 miles from the bottom of I-95. And then you'll be at like exit 240 will be Daytona Beach. Exit 180 will be Melbourne, which is Brevard County, or where the space shuttle goes up at. And then if you go all the way down 180 miles south of that you'll end up in Miami at the end of I-95. So 0 is Miami, is Jacksonville, and then I lived at 180. If that makes sense when you think about Florida from top to bottom. That's where I was at when I was like, at my mom's house when she was passing away, and we were on Instagram before I got on Clubhouse.
Oh, I see. You sure? I thought you were at your house in Georgia.
No, I was at my mom's house when she died.
Oh.
That's why her lawyer, called me and said that I was illegally being at her house, even though she brought me to be
You
at
were
her
squatting.
house.
The estate said
yeah.
you were squatting at your mom's house. That's how shit goes. Isn't it crazy? Life's cruel.
Yeah, and the will hadn't even been read yet.
Yeah, that's how shit gets. That's how shit goes
He
down.
He called the sheriff's on me saying I was squatting.
Yep. It's nasty,
and I was
man.
like, how? I'm like, how?
He called because somebody in the family told his ass to call.
Oh yeah, I know exactly who did. And I killed. Never mind.
Check all the calls coming in and out of the house. If anybody sets up that meeting with Bartzini, he's the traitor.
Do you think I'm like a person that would let shit slide?
I don't know. It just depends on, who fucked up.
Well, I mean, it depends on how much I really loved you before you fucking did something wrong. If I didn't love you and you did me wrong, I mean, heaven help you. But, and dude, it was never about any of that, but. No, my meditations are definitely on another level from where they were back when Mom passed. Because, the sad thing is, that lawyer that told me I wasn't allowed to be in my mom's house, my mom hadn't even died yet. She was in the hospital. I was the one that picked her up off the toilet. Well, I picked her off the ground because she had been going through chemo, and she had tried to get from her bed into her bathroom to go use the bathroom in the middle of the night because she was like, not being able to do it okay. And then, like, she would fall down halfway between her bed to the bathroom. And I picked her up twice that night, and then got her onto the toilet, and then I got her cleaned up, and I'm having to like wipe my mom's, private stuff to make her clean, and got her cleaned up and got her back in bed. She did that twice. The third time she did it, she hit the ground and slapped her nose on the tile in her bathroom, and she told me to call the ambulance, and that was the last thing that my mom really ever said to me.
Wow.
Because I called the ambulance and I got her picked up and cleaned up, and they showed up, and then I got her on the gurney and they put her on the ambulance, and from that point on, she never had coherent awakenings ever again, even in the hospital. Man, life goes on, man. I mean, I talk a lot, but I think a lot of my, you say the more you talk, the further away from the truth you get, but I think the more I talk, the closer to the truth I'm getting, because I'm ignoring certain parts of the truth to be able to fit my own, ego.
I know, but look, you came out of your mother. So your mom had her great journey. You're the product of that great journey. So I mean, you are the embodiment of your mother's spirit. That's the lady. That's the Lady Mary. Your mother's
Yeah,
is.
but the lawyer that controls the trust,
Mm-hmm.
the trustee, I'm the trustor. He's the one that was calling the cops on me because I was in my mom's house, because she brought me down before she was passing away, at the very end. And, she wanted to say goodbye. But, this is the dude that was fucking with me. He's still the trustee of my account. And since 2001, September, it'll be 3 years that he's been the trustee of that account. He's paid himself no less than $25,000 a year out of the trust to be the trustee.
Yeah, I know. This shit's crazy, isn't it? My mom.
Waiting for a dog to die.
Wow. My mom and her sisters couldn't stand their mother anymore, so they put her in a guardianship, and it was mismanaged by this stupid pupa who worked for the state. And then they all regretted it because the stupid pupa put all my grandmother's money, like $1 million, in some kind of mutual fund that dropped like 60%. So all the sisters were like, "You fucking dumb bitch! You cost me $200,000." And the other sister's like, "You dumb bitch! You cost me 200." Then the other dumb bitch sister was like, "You dumb bitch! You cost me 200." So then finally they all got together, hired a new attorney, sued the guardianship, and got control of the estate again. But by then the stock market had recovered, and it was all the money was restored. But then they each spent like $25,000 on the lawyer. So they. In the end, all they ended up doing was costing themselves $25,000 and years of frustration. Oh, folly of man.
Well, I mean, that's why I don't care about my mom's dog. I know my aunt and uncle have it. I know that they're in my mom's house that my mom bought for me. She tempted me with that in like 2017. She's like, I bought the old condo that we used to live on the golf course where you like to play golf. If you want to come down here, you can live here for free. And but I was like, no, I'm not coming back to Florida ever again. And she resented me for that. And she gave to my aunt and uncle, and then gave the dog to the aunt and uncle with the stipulation on the. I want to know who the fuck was in her ear when she came up with that idea. Because she only changed her will and testament 2 weeks before she died. And she'd been on chemo for 6 months. So she had chemo brain. But I'm not gonna fight my mom's chemo brain. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and bitch about what money I should and could would have. You know, I already have my money. I already have my existence. I just feel bad that, you know, somebody was able to coerce her to that level of, like, for lack of another word, debauchery. Do you know what I mean?
I assume so. I mean, the thing is, you have to let all these things go and understand that the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you get. You are the living truth of your mother. Everything, all her love, all that agape is inside of you, and you may not be agapeing yourself enough, which means you're not respecting your mother enough.
I'm looking at 3 deers right now, and I'm not killing any of them.
You know what? You know,
they're in my field right now. I could literally have food for the next year.
You know, I told my dad that I shot this possum.
Truthfully, I was having a few connection.
I told my dad I shot this possum, and then he told me he shot a chipmunk in the face with a BB gun that was like eating their garden, and the chipmunk started screaming like ah ah ah.
Yeah, you told me that the other day.
I thought it was kind of crazy. I was like, isn't that funny how God?
It screamed. It cried. He said it cried like a human.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that God, he punishes you immediately for striking down his creation. Unless it's justified.
If it's murder, yes.
Yeah.
But if I'm starving and my family is starving and I see a deer and I have a .22 rifle and I pop it.
It's got to be justified.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm gonna cut it, gut it, and bring it back to my family, and we're gonna eat for the next month, and my kid's gonna get strong and tall.
I agree. I mean, that's why I'm saying when I'm killing all these ants, I'm kind of just like, I can't believe like the relentless nature of these fucking ants. Like this is like like an armor.
God even told you you have control. You are in control over things that creep and crawl.
So yeah, welcome everyone. It was not overly dense Tesla news week, but still a few significant things happened. One of which is Tesla launched its referral program. It allows anyone with the first 10 links to earn referral credits. If the first 10 links are used to purchase S, X, Y, and 3 models, this link will give the buyers $1,000 discount for their vehicle, and it would earn you $500 towards supercharging, Tesla merge, service payments, and in-app purchase updates. So for it to work, the buyer has to take delivery using a link, and you would also get a chance to win an attendance to the next Tesla event. If you refer 10 people, you have a $5,000 credit, which you can then use towards purchasing a new Tesla. FSD for Cybertruck is coming in September with Park Assist already shipping to customers. Xander posted a screenshot of getting an update. Tesla VP of Finance and Business Operations, Cyrilla Venkataranam, has announced she's leaving the company after incredible 11 years. Colorado residents now receive 5,350 point of sale credits applicable to cash and financing their vehicles. New Tesla Model 3 and Y buyers would cumulatively get $12,850 off point of sale, which includes the federal $7,500 credit. FSD 1251 5 has started rolling out to Teslas with hardware 3, even though there was a lot of disbelief that it would never happen, but Tesla held up its end of the promise and starting to deliver FSD to hardware 3s, FSD 12.5 to hardware 3s. Baltimore City to spend up to $5 million to buy Tesla vehicles for use in the government fleet for government employees. Yeah, and there were some other side news. Tesla invests like $13.5 million in green technology development in Malaysia. Malaysia's Minister of Investment, Trade and Industry met with Tesla delegation on Thursday to discuss a new development. He said that the collaboration with Tesla is expected to enable Malaysia to become a major green technology hub in the region. And one cool thing that was on the timeline recently is Tesla Semi was spotted in Europe, hauled by the ice truck seen in Germany, Kamen, on its way to Hanover. So they'll likely, it's unclear if it's a prototype vehicle for potential production or if it's they'll be doing some road testing or FSD testing. Yeah, but it's great that it's actually now seen in Europe. From other news, from the Elon's world, SpaceX Polaris down mission, of course, is the biggest one, which is about 30 hours away. This will be an epic 5-day mission flying 3 times higher from Earth than the ISS, and first spacewalk at that distance in over last half a century. SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket will launch the Polaris down mission from Launch Complex 39A, the historic complex at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Dragon and Polaris down crew will spend up to 5 days in orbit, flying higher than any Dragon mission to date and endeavoring to reach the highest Earth orbit ever flown. The crew of Polaris down will conduct a spacewalk, support scientific research designed to advance both human health on Earth and our understanding of human health during future long-duration space flights, and the first test of Starlink, laser-based communications in space. So that's the current mission. The next mission, the second mission, will be building upon this mission with the continuation of expanding the boundaries of future human spaceflight in space communication and scientific research. And of course, the third mission will be the first human spaceflight using Starship, the world's first fully reusable transportation system designed to carry both crew and cargo to Earth orbit, the Moon, Mars, and beyond. From SpaceX news, there was also a second launch tower stacked for as the newest addition to Starbase, and we'll likely see the test launch from it by the end of the year. The US Navy installed SpaceX Starlink on Abraham Lincoln's aircraft carrier, enabling high-speed internet and drastically changing the internet cost on the carrier, and of course the connection speed. And one of the bigger news from the Neuralink, we had a second patient receiving a chip, Neuralink chip, and having a full recovery, being released from the hospital on the second day. Last month, Alex, the second participant in our PRIME study, received his Neuralink. Alex was discharged the following day, and the recovery has been smooth. With the link, he has been improving his ability to play video games and began learning how to use the CAD software to design 3D objects. This marks a significant step towards providing a high-performance interface that will enhance the control of digital devices for people with quadriplegia to help restore their autonomy. From the first moment Alex connected his Neuralink to his computer, it took less than 5 minutes for him to start controlling the cursor with his mind. Within a few hours, he was able to surpass the maximum speed of accuracy he'd achieved with any other assistive technology on our WebGrid task. So the WebGrid task is anyone can use it. It's a little simulator that is on Neuralink site, and you can use mouse and see if you can beat the actual Neuralink recipient's record. Similar to Noland, our first participant Alex broke the previous world record for brain-computer interface cursor control in day one of using the link. After the first research session concluded, Alex continued testing the capabilities of the link independently, using to play the first-person shooter games like Counter-Strike 2. Alex enjoys building things. Before his spinal cord injury, he worked as an automotive technician, fixing and tinkering with various types of vehicles and large machinery. Since then, he wanted to learn how to design 3D objects on computer-aided design, CAD software, so that he could work on projects without needing to rely extensively on support system. However, the level of control offered by the assistive technology made it challenging. On day 2, using the link, Alex used the CAD software Fusion 360 for the first time to design the custom mount for his Neuralink charger, which was then 3D printed and integrated into his setup. We are working with Alex to increase his productivity with the link by mapping intended movements to different types of mouse clicks, left, right, middle clicks, thereby expanding the number of controls he has and enabling him to quickly switch between various modes in CAD software. With our first participant, Noland, we observed a degree of thread retraction that temporarily reduced his PCI performance. The thread has stabilized, and the performance of Noland's link has since recovered, more than doubling the prior world record for PCI cursor control. To reduce the probability of thread retraction in our second participant, we implemented a number of mitigations, including reducing brain motion during the surgery and reducing the gap between the implant and the surface of the brain. We discussed these measures in greater detail in our live update prior to our second participant surgery. Promisingly, we have observed no thread retraction in our second participant. And of course, Elon posted that in the next few years we'll have hundreds of participants and later in the future, in not so distant future, we'll probably have millions in a decade or so. So exciting things in human-machine symbiosis world. On the X side of things, X added cool analytics tool featuring demographic breakdown by age, country, gender, and other interesting statistics. So every X user can see what their followers are, what demographics, participants, from which regions, gender, etc. Let me quickly take a look if I missed anything on the timeline. Yeah, Tesla on average receives over 16,000 job applications per day. And yeah, there's some other minor news with promotions and some education that Tesla is advertising, that you can education program that you can go through and then land a career at Tesla. Tesla Powerwall production rate has hit all-time high record, doing more than 500 Powerwall units in a single shift. So yeah, astounding results there. Tesla Energy is definitely underrated, and it's an explosive business because everyone wants to get on board with the reusability and energy storage. Oh yeah, so for Polaris program, of course, it will feature SpaceX custom designed Evo suit which was designed by a designer and actually looks like the future. And pretty much some other minor news out there that I think are not particularly significant. So that's about it from my side. Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal breakdown, as always. Very nice. This is like perfect podcasting material. Do you have this like written down somewhere as an article? Because this is really nice.
I have some notes, yeah.
I think that what you should do is, you find, I'll have a conversation with you about this like off comms, so you can actually put out an article regarding this. And yeah, we can have like the material that we provide in the show, the Tesla Weekly show. We have that written out so that people can like read this, because I believe that most of what you've given us here is actually already written out. So this is actually next level article stuff. So that would be absolutely epic and amazing if you could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have like meeting notes or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's perfect. There was something that I saw on the timeline regarding Hardware 3. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but there was like some drama that I wasn't able to fully keep up with. Is there anything regarding Hardware 3 that you're aware of, and like what this drama could be? Because like some people were complaining that they were unable to have FSD, the latest version of FSD on some of their cars. This was somehow related to Hardware 3 and its simulation. So what is that? Do you have anything on that?
Yeah, so basically, like Hardware 3 models were not receiving the latest 12.5.15 version or 12.5.1 asterisk, anything after 12.5 really. And there were some doubters that suggesting that perhaps moving forward, only Hardware 4 system will be honored. But that's obviously not the case, because it's simply costs of development. It doesn't make sense to optimize the lower system and then port it to the higher system. It's much better to keep working on the current system and then backport the changes periodically to the old system. Otherwise, you don't have to duplicate your effort to cater to both systems at the same time. So it's just like an optimization within the development process where you keep working on the current version, current branch, and then you periodically port changes to the previous branch just to support backward compatibility. So that would be the reason why it took a little bit of a time for this change to happen. But Hardware 3 is very capable, and there is lots of room to optimize on the software layer going forward. So I think we'll see Hardware 3 vehicles in robotaxi fleet once it arrives and approved. It's minimum few years away for it to be cut off from the fleet, but it's not happening anytime soon.
So basically what you're saying is that, there is backwards compatibility. That's the reason why there's some delay here. And that basically being done because you have newer, potentially less stable systems integrated on more versatile compute that then can be integrated on less versatile compute. Is that what that means?
Yeah, exactly. You want to always work on the current branch and then periodically port changes into the previous branch. Otherwise, you would always be behind working on the old branch, porting forward changes to the current branch, which doesn't actually make sense, because it's like duplicating the work rather than having the current system and the main branch in place as a priority.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Hang on a second, give me a minute.
Also, there was some news from Tesla Europe and Middle East. There were now over 720 superchargers across 75 locations in Spain. So that's exciting. I believe now you can pretty much drive in Spain anywhere without range anxiety. There are enough superchargers across the whole country not to worry about running out of energy. And yeah, Cybertruck, of course, will have FSD, and Autopark is already shipping. That would be exciting to see what it would include. I believe it's only forward parking. The reversal would probably be an additional change later on, like the in reverse parking. But I would assume that the forward parking is already being shipped. I'm just checking Sawyer's page just to see if there's anything that I missed.
Event should be interesting. What about the, do we have any speculations on what will be shown at the 1010 event? Because I think that will be really big, because there was a delay for 8.8, which was supposed to be the original unveil for Robotaxi.
Yeah.
So the 1010 event is like when it was kind of, it shouldn't, I don't think it will be just, AI day or something like that, but it will be actually a product unveil in terms of the actual car itself and its design. Because that's exactly what was the factor for its delays for redesigning. So I'm not sure what the Robotaxi will physically look like, but yeah, this will be very interesting. It will feel more like an actual product unveil in terms of a car and not just the product being an economy.
Yeah, I think it will be not just a car, it will be like a platform of cars. It will be like a pretty much like a Robotaxi platform, probably even including a van or something like, autonomous larger vehicle for, more seating more people. But at least it'll be a Robotaxi, of course, the small vehicle, compact vehicle. And I saw a patent that was like filed by Tesla where the front opens on impact. I don't know if that was relevant to the delay of the Robotaxi, making it safer if it hits a person and then front opens and softens up the impact, but that could be just a coincidence. And then October is forming up to be pretty dense month for Tesla events. Of course, we have Robotaxi unveil, we have Q3 delivery numbers, and we have also Elon's compensation package hearing. So those are 3 events that are just in a single month, would really make it interesting for Tesla fans. Okay, I just noticed another news. The Tesla batteries may get an exception from continuous reliability obligation in Australia, which is basically help to accelerate their transition. Yeah, so it's basically like cutting red tape for Tesla's imports.
In regards to I'm not sure in regards to the van. I think that's more like I think that's largely unlikely, but I do think the Robotaxi itself, just the taxi, is the thing that we're going to see. Because van, I'm not sure if that's going to come. Although van should be something that Tesla ought to consider because it's very versatile as well, especially when it comes to transport. I mean, you're already doing what is essentially, a pickup truck, which is great. So why not do a van? That should be.
They may, but I think you're right. Like in a sense, they may not want to spoil too much at once. They may have first announce the platform of the vehicle platform, and then introduce the first model within that platform, and then perhaps subsequent models could be another unveil event or something in spring or something like that.
Yeah, under promise, over deliver. That is best. So I think the van speculation was just something that was put out there because you had I think it was Mercedes that wanted to do this, or at least have done this. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, we know it's a platform because, like, on that screenshot, there's multiple vehicles, and like one looks like a van, kind of covered, and another one looks like a small, more like compact besides the compact. So it actually could be, and Elon confirmed that there will be a second. There will be like some other things revealed. So perhaps it could be either Roadster or. It could be anything really.
Yeah, true.
But it's good.
I mean, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's good to have expectations at bay. I think you're right. Like having that mindset of just having a single announcement.
Oh, look how it is! It's soaring! Oh, soaring! You're gonna go on and on and on.
That would be the prime focus of the event.
Yeah, so I think that's basically it. I think we've wrapped up most of the news here. Very nice. I think we covered like basically the entire week within about an hour, which is really, really good. That's really great. Lots of compression here, losslessly, of course. So
and looking forward, we of course have an event coming up on Tuesday for the next SpaceX launch for Polaris Dawn. What time are you thinking to start the space?
Well, the problem. The problem is, it is going to happen at 3:38. The launch is happening at 3:38 a.m. ET.
Oh wow.
So.
Vote Trump.
So I'm not sure. We ought to probably start at like 2 or at least 3, but I think we'll start at 3. You know, so people have the choice to either sleep early, wake up. But yeah, it'll be 3 a.m.
Right. Okay, makes sense. So you'll create an event to pre-schedule or?
I think I shall do so. Yes. Yeah, I'll do that right after, and we'll pin this as the event that'll happen on Tuesday. And also in an hour from now, we got the conversation, so make sure to tune into that. It's our great formats. It's what we do.
Perfect.
Yeah. So.
Great.
Should be fun.
Thanks everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you in an hour.
Yep, indeed. Is there anything else that we want to break down, or is that, I think that perhaps we have like some questions that we may want to get to? We'll check the comments real quick.
This is Elon Live. Yeah, listening to Elon is better than listening to David Bobadilla any day of the week. Same with you, Jigaboo. Same with you, Rabbi. Why would I want to listen to you guys when I can listen to a billionaire talk? I mean, Monsignor barely talks. At least he's got that going for him. And Angela, I would love to fuck her. I would love to look at dirty pictures of her. But I would listen to Elon any day of the week over Angela's stupid box water business. Fucking stole all the money out of the Afghanistan treasury and moved to Newport Beach. I mean, she's a thief.
Interesting question. I'm coming across a lot of FUD. Besides sharing correct information, how else can we combat FUD? Well, ironically, this is the best piece of advice that I can give to anyone and everyone. And I would highly recommend that this advice be heeded. Unless the context of the FUD is really, like, say for instance, there is a shit ton of shorts on the stock, or there are lawsuits, the best thing to do with just completely made up bullshit is to just ignore it. Like, the people who are spreading this are doing nothing more than rage baiting which is that they just intentionally spread false information so you interact with it. Whenever you see any negative sentiment of any kind, I see this about anything, I look away, because it's like it's bullshit, right? If somebody is able to structure a logical argument that is obviously, factual, backs up with all kinds of good evidence, then you can kind of look at that, try to verify if it's true. But anything that's just basically opinionated nonsense, and it's the same talking point that has always failed previously, and is of course false, then it's best to just ignore those types of people. Ideally, even block them. Like that's I aspire to have to be a person with few blocks, or at least blocking very few people. But at some point, there is a time where this is no longer sustainable. You can't listen to all the noise, so you have to block it out, literally. So, best piece of advice?
Is block! Block them! Block them!
That's all they're doing.
Block them!
Trying to gain attention, and there are various ways by which people are doing this and have done this in the past. Like
He might be talking about me impersonating
on
him.
YouTube and spread nonsense on YouTube, talk endless amounts of shit, so that people who are angry would just roast them in the comment section, and that's what gets them distributed in the algorithm. So people like to hate on things. That's the main issue as well. And there are various different people who do this, like this one guy who writes articles for Electrico, which is a magazine of no worth to me personally because of all the bullshit that they've posted thus far. This person keeps talking about being in the Tesla community, even though he definitely is not. He talks about what else does he do? He does a lot of nonsense. He has a problem with Elon and expresses this issue by trying to take certain aspects of reality and twisting them in a way that makes Elon look bad somehow. It's like, it tries to make him responsible for types of failures, even though those types of failures have nothing to do with him. Tries to make him look as if he's just a political figure, as if it doesn't build much of anything. Tries to paint the vision of the company as if it could, sustain its current trajectory of improvement without Elon, which is not true. That is not possible. You can see an example of this is Apple. The rate of innovation has drastically slowed, ever since the death of Steve Jobs. So that is an example, And of course, the reason why there is a subtle rate of innovation and why there's still products being released and why the company still has high quality is because you have Tim Cook. Tim Cook is amazing. He's amazing at making sure that all trains run on time, and yeah.
Steve,
this is why
Tim Cook is Mussolini.
Apple always went bankrupt because they didn't have Tim Cook. The reason why everything worked is because he had the crazy innovation-based mind, which was Steve Jobs, and he had Tim Cook balancing him out. That's great. So it's something like that, except that Elon is both Steve Jobs and Tim Cook rolled up as one person. So that's why that works.
That's why this is why I'm recording this guy, because I think he's delusional.
Successful at
He doesn't know about Clubhouse and basically the dopamine feedback loop. He's getting high and he's ruining his credibility. He's making himself out. He's neurotic.
Because there still is a lot that remains to be done.
He's going to ruin the company by coming on X Spaces and outing himself for being an idiot.
Again, like I said, it's all nonsense. It's all bullshit.
Maybe
it's
not.
FUD. Block it.
Block it.
Finish.
Fuck it. Block
your
it.
life will greatly improve, and your understanding of the world with it.
That means you, Jigaboo, I'm blocking you. And Monsignor, I'm blocking you. Angela, I'm blocking all of you out of my life. I don't want you in my life anymore. All your Jew hate and trolling, it's just not professional anymore. You're running for Congress.
Last question. Are there any updates on Tesla Semi, and particularly a semi-charging network?
Great
Do
question.
we have anything on that?
Yeah, I saw there were some chargers being installed across US, but I haven't and of course the Nevada factory is standing up slowly. They already did the foundation, and there is some foundation is being finished. So it will
This is
start
the
production
idiots
in
that he employs. These people work for him, and they're morons.
As for chargers, they're slowly building out the infrastructure.
I mean, they're
I've seen
engineers.
a
They're
few
not stupid,
installed,
but they don't speak
in US.
English.
But yeah, other than that, it's going forward.
Excellent, excellent.
Awesome. I hope that answers the question. Let me see if there are more. Oh, Adrian sounds like Elon Musk. Yeah, I know.
It's because he is Elon Musk.
Any rocket technology in the robotaxis? Unlikely. There will be rocket technology in the Roadster, though. SpaceX package, cold gas thrusters. Jesus fucking Christ, this thing's gonna be insane.
Yeah.
It's gonna have like a... It's gonna... I'm not even sure how you could make it safe. You know, there has to be like some sort of potentially training involved, I guess, because you have to make sure that your head is firmly planted into the headrest, and you need to keep the wheel itself, the steering wheel, you need to keep it absolutely straight. Because when you speed up a car, and you don't keep the steering wheel straight, you end up seeing what you probably have seen in a lot of internet videos where people are drag racing, and then what happens is they somehow lose control. Well, largely that is because they don't keep the wheel straight, or of course, the tires themselves start giving, but in reality, mostly it's also about the wheels themselves. Like, people just straight up crash right as they start speeding. It's like you're not keeping the wheel straight. And same thing with plaid. When you like go in plaid mode for the first time, and you like full throttle you like go pedal to the metal, then the acceleration is so fast, it's insane. So any small mistakes that you make can have disastrous effects. So I'd imagine there has to be some sort of guidance, or at least internally some sort of software that keeps the steering absolutely straight. Because if not, then you'll have issues there. I'm not sure how many G's you will be pulling, because your body must be able to somehow sustain that. Depends, of course, because you're gonna feel your insides. The acceleration, you're literally gonna feel yourself. So I don't know, it's gonna be crazy. The cold gas thrusters on the Roadster, but that's not even gonna be the nuttiest thing. Somehow there's something bigger about it that's supposed to be even more exciting, but what exactly that is has not been revealed yet. Could be that the car can float, I guess, but I don't know if that would happen. With flying cars, I don't know. We'll see what that looks like. So thus far, no details on rocket technology.
If you talk to that little T-Robs, that little leprechaun from Northern Ireland, tell that little bitch I want me 150 fucking gold shekels out of his pot of gold of Jew hate. I proved it to you all today, live, right now. You're listening to Elon speak live from Adrian Dittman, bringing you the truth of the earth. And that T-Robs owes me 150 fucking shekels of his gold Jew hate coin. His leprechaun coin.
That's about it. Not seeing anything else.
Elon is signing off. He's gonna
Let's
ruin.
see if there are a few more comments.
The guy's a drug addict. He loves to talk. He loves his own voice. He loves the voice, the sound of his own voice.
I have an answer for this. Will there ever be an option to mirror your phone display on the dominant display? Yeah, that would be great, but I just don't know what that would entail. So,
see, motherfucker's Elon. Proved it.
Yeah, because we're so attached to our phones. I mean, I guess it could be useful, but it's like actually defeats. Well, there were some conversations about the purpose of the display in the robotaxi, and it almost didn't make sense because we're so glued to our phones, and having it projected on the display may not always make sense. But for some, I guess, infotainment practicalities, it could make sense.
yeah. only thing is I don't quite understand the concept of having a big screen anymore, because, you know, the phone's resolution is good enough for you to, I think even to a certain extent, yeah, I've been to movie cinema recently, and honestly, I much enjoyed the experience of viewing like any kind of content, at least unless you're with a crowd, of course, you know, viewing any kind of content on just the phone screen. Right. It was like actually more immersive because you're using the phone the whole time anyways, right? You're scrolling, you're not even aware of your surroundings. So I'm not sure if that would actually improve infotainment. I think it actually could take away because, you know, are you really gonna like watch a movie in the entire car? You know, the display would be facing, you know, either one side. You have like glare on it as well. That's gonna be an issue. So yeah, I don't really see that. It's good for controls. It's great for controls, but entertainment-wise, yeah, sure. If the car's parked, yeah, to, like view something on the big screen, that'd be great. But beyond that, let's see. What else do we have? Will the cyber cap be stainless? I don't know. I think it will just look like a normal Tesla car. It will look cool, but fairly normal looking, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think it may be stainless just because it'll take so much beating. Like being a taxi, you probably want to minimize like internal damage repairs.
No paint.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, paint could reduce the cost for sure, but who knows? Like an actual cyber cab.
Yeah, exactly. Cybercab. That's the vehicle, right?
Bulletproof, yeah. How many people can say that this taxi over here, the one that you're driving in, it's actually bulletproof, you know, fit for a gangster. Al Capone would have left. Al Capone would have left today's car. Al Capone would have left today's cars and hated today's politics. For sure.
Elon Musk relates himself to Alfonso Capone.
Mr. Capone.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think we could wrap it here. Nothing more is occurring. Don't answer any more questions. Oh wait. Will you ever integrate Grok into a Tesla's GPS and entertainment assistant? What they will do, it's not me. But I know for a fact that Grok will be in your Tesla at some point. It'll just be there along with the X app. So X will be in the Tesla, and of course, you know, since Grok is integrated to X, you'd be able to have access to Grok that way. As for navigation-wise, not really sure, although I could assume that it could help you out with navigation if it at some point, you know, has the ability to find a restaurant for you. So that'd be great. You know, say, okay, what's my current location? What restaurants are nearest to me that fit my preferences? Like I'm feeling this way or that way, and then, you know, it takes his place. What kind of budget do I have? Gets you there where you want to be, or at least shows the address of that place. As for entertainment, I mean, you talk to it, I suppose. So that's what generates images, you know, memes. So I'd say that that's the extent to which, you know, Grok will have, you know, navigation or be navigation and entertainment. I'd assume that would be the case based on its current capabilities and capabilities that it may have in the future. One of which, by the way, also being vision. They're going to have vision as well. Grok's going to have vision. This is not out yet. It would be out for quite a while, but that's coming. Vision is coming. So, yeah, image recognition. I would assume that the image recognition is probably going to be either by the end of this year or at Q2 of next, I'd imagine. Something along those lines. if you look at the current rate of development and how Grok came out, Grok 2, I think our assessment, what was our prediction that we had? I think our prediction was roughly about, close to the end of the year or next. And I think we kind of hit that well, sort of, but they really were able to push it back in terms of how much time it took, because I assumed it would at least take a few more months. So they rolled out Grok 2 at, I think, a really great pace. So could be that we get Vision either by the end of the year or by Q2 of next. I'd assume it could be Q2 of next. Who knows? Or 1. Depends on the optimism. But it's already over the 8th, so the end of the year, close to the end of the year, speculation was kind of dead on. Yeah. Right now, if you look at the interface, and you can kind of predict where Grok will go. You already have tasks that it can do. You have info that it can display. You have, the only thing that's missing is just the ability to upload files. And once you have that, everything else is self-explanatory. You can do everything. Well, mostly everything. What matters now is how reliable that is. Will FSD stay at version 12 or go to version 13? Sometime. I think at some time in the future it might be like a final version, but it would take a while to get there, I'd assume. What do you think, Miguel?
Yeah, hard to say. It's internal. Like usually semantic versioning is like you have a bump for updates, like a subversion, then the minor version is for features and features, and the main version is for like new release, which typically drastically different. So hard to say if, because Elon mentioned a number of times that 12.5 is kind of 13, but who knows if they decide to rebrand it and just go, full on. They may even skip 13, like Apple did, or Windows, I remember, did as well, because 13 may not be, well, probably not, but they may. Yeah, hard to say at this point. Depends on the internal development team.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, Visual was just saying Grok needs access to the internal read-only X API for reading account info, finding social graph connections, etc. Seems very doable. Yeah, I'd largely agree with that, but that requires look, the statistics for demographics already there, so that's kind of cool. You could potentially think that, you can see this right now actually, so, maybe that would be out there, but I think that would have something to do with user data, but we'll see how transparent they want to be with that, because, yeah. Actually, now that you mention this, with API access, okay, for example, let me take a look here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this would be something. You like this. Yeah, something like that would be great for analysis. Yeah. A lot of people, it's very basic in its access right now. It basically has access to the same stuff that you as a user have access to in the context of other users. So you can see whatever their information is from their profile and whatnot. That's basically it. It has limitations as to what it can display. This also goes back to this thing that I keep seeing on the timeline where people are prompting Grok with all manner of things and are now saying, oh, I can see what labels have been assigned to my account and how I'm being censored. It's like, first of all, Grok is not able to do that. It does not have that kind of access. There's no fucking way that that's possible. You know, giving this thing that kind of access and having the ability for users to prompt it to then grant you information in the context of that access is the most surefire way of having platform manipulation be spread rapidly, which is the exact reason why that is definitely not the case. Even with YouTube, nobody really knows how the algorithm, quote unquote, works. Even some of the people at YouTube don't. They just know that it does, right? That's really all that needs to be known. Because if more is known, then things will be broken, people will manipulate beyond what they're already doing. We have these many different linked in threaded types of people. Like you ever see these annoying slop threads where it's like everybody's just repeating what somebody else has already said? Like it's a huge thread of something. That just looks very LinkedIn-like, right? So you have issues like this. This is going to be fixed soon. This is what Elon says anyways. And this kind of stuff would be even more prevalent in different ways that you wouldn't initially anticipate, because you would be able to understand how to manipulate the platform itself. So Grok does not have access to any of those things. So like, for instance, you can see this in the prompt itself, and I'll give you a very, very decent argument right there. So if you ever see like this bullshit on timeline, you already know it's false. So let me explain to you what it is. So it's a prompt that basically asks, okay, so what they do is they go to the GitHub where the recommendation algorithm is open source, and they take they copy a section of the code that deals with assigning labels and reputation score values to your account, right? What these things are is just labels are for moderation, and reputation scores kind of are on the same level as moderation, but they're mainly there to kind of help the algorithm sort you and your content, because that's how things should be, right? Because if you have like a niche specific account and like speak about a certain thing, it is good that you are addressing this niche, and that's how it should be. And if you're like, say, a consumer looking for a particular niche of content, then you of course should be able to find everything with this, like within that niche, right? Because that's what you yourself are looking for. That's what needs to be sorted for. So that's what that does. And so what they do is they prompt Grok and they ask, hey, can you tell me what labels, and then insert handle of whatever the account is, this account has, and then they just paste the sort. They just basically paste the recommendation code into that, and then what Grok does is it hallucinates your answer. It gives you an explanation for what every single one of those values mean, the labels and the reputation score metrics. And then what it does is it assigns, and this is why people think it's real, it assigns random numbers to the reputation score. Because technically speaking, if the reputation score is applied, which of course it is for every single account on the platform in various different ways, what happens is there's a number, right? And then if you look at the actual code itself, there isn't one. Because, well, it's not assigned to anything now, it's just the code. It just tells you what there is, but it just gets implemented, right? So you can actually see the score. The problem is, it just randomly generates the score. For instance, I ran the same test on my account, and the reputation score was different every single time I reran the prompt. So it arbitrarily chose what those values are. I even then asked the machine itself, hey, can you tell me how exactly you came up with the values? And it just said, oh, I arbitrarily chose those values so that the explanation could be granted more effectively. I'm like, the fuck? So there you go. If ever you see these weird like posts about recommendation algorithm stuff on your timeline, it is written by people who are absolutely brain dead. I'm just saying, because that is the most bullshit thing ever. Like, imagine not understanding enough about sorting algorithms to understand that this is totally normal, and at the same time not understanding anything about AI, which ironically kind of fits very well into this niche, that you basically then take a hallucination as absolute fact, without ever having even the slightest inkling to question what the output is. I mean, people really ought to fucking think for themselves. Jesus Christ. You know, they believe like anything that's written. So, just a little FYI, I know that we're talking about algorithm-based stuff because Ben brought it up, so yeah, I thought I'd mention this as well. Totally false. All bullshit. Nothing is true in that. But I think that's it. I think we can kind of like call it here. There's not much else that I'm seeing. We kind of answered all the questions, including ones that were kind of implied as opposed to actually, you know, the kind of we were explaining. But yeah, great show. Absolutely epic. We'll see you in 30 minutes. A show called The Conversation. So, yeah, we'll be there. Thanks, everyone. Oh, and don't forget to join us again next week, same time, same place, for Tesla Weekly, where we summarize everything that happened in Tesla and Wolf Elon's company.
So it's a question fundamentally. Do you define yourself as a victim of the world or as the world? You can define yourself. You see, if you identify you with what you call the voluntary system of the nerves and say, only that's me, and that's really a rather limited amount of my total performance, what I do voluntarily.
NSFW here.
Then you
like not saying there's still something covering the person. I'm sorry, that's like straight up porn at this point, and it gets there. OnlyFans promotion, all this fucking bullshit, all this stuff that's really, really bad for humanity, and of course, the CSAM material. That's why I decided, fuck this, I'm out, I'm done, can't take this app anymore. The amount of harm, psychological harm that's been created by that app is something that needs to be studied, as a matter of fact. That needs to be studied. And that needs to be brought out to the surface. That needs to be brought out for everyone to fucking see. Because that is insane. And it's still an issue that is woefully underplayed. You know? And then we have an issue, like with Pavel. You know? It is kind of ironic. The reason why he has a French, citizenship, actually, really took that on is because largely everyone in the West was supportive of him. Yeah, because he refused Russia's, probe into their data. Said, no, we're not doing it. And now all of a sudden, when they are doing the same, they said, hey, we want to probe into Russia's data. They say, no, and then this happens. So now, for, issues that he's not really responsible for, he's now being arrested, right? I think every single app has an issue of scammers being on it, and of course, child exploitative material, being displayed on it. Every single app has this problem. Literally every single one of them. The thing is, of course, you can make an argument to say, this issue has not been dealt with adequately. That is an argument that you can make, but you have to compare that to something. What is the standard? The international standard for them is being followed. What about Facebook, though? Are they following the international standard? Is that standard good enough? Because clearly it doesn't seem to be the case in the case of Facebook. So if something that's Facebook is worse, but you don't see Zuckerberg getting arrested, because he fucking sells data to anybody. I mean, that's how the Trump campaign was able to target so well. Trump bought that data. How ironic is that? That's kind of funny. I think that's hilarious, personally. It's great. But yeah, it's like a broken economy out there. It's crazy. Broken economy. Actually, I don't even know what the economy is anymore. I think it's largely dead. It's like something on life support. I don't think the economy is real anymore. Really. After 2008, I think we were keeping something, like a recession, from happening, even though it should have happened a long time ago. And I hate financial struggles. I really don't. This is a thing that people don't understand. Some people just talk about this and they laugh about this as a far distant thing and they just say it because it's cool to say. It's I think of the Roman Empire because everybody else thinks of the Roman Empire, but nobody considers the actual depths as to why some people do and why some of the more philosophical people that you now follow, think about the Roman Empire sometimes. They don't consider what the deeper context is. They just think about it and talk about it because it's cool. Yeah, it's cool to talk about at the time. And then they will discard it for something else. Oh, hey, there's a new word out. Fucking demure. Now everything's demure. I'm like, what? Shit like that. It's a constant thing to discard. And same thing with the financial crisis. Everybody talks about the recession. Everybody thinks, oh yeah, the recession is coming. I'm like, cool, so are you going to talk about what to potentially do if that happens? Are we going to look for the next Radio Shack? Do you even know what that means? Do you even know what caused 2008? Are you able to explain that to me in less than 30 seconds? Things like that, Why is the economy dead? Why is everything going to shit? What is the real issue here? It's it's inflation. Why is it inflation? So much great stuff that nobody talks about leading into this. But yeah, it's crazy. Broken economies on all fronts. And there will always be a shop open to take advantage of the situation. Much like today. Much like with people such as, Andrew Tate. You're on the censorship dynamic. This person, of course, got censored because he said things that were not in line with the narrative. And this is actually, I think, what made him wildly popular as well. Because he just couldn't censor this guy. So, went to Rumble, made it next level big there. And Rumble is a great platform. I think it's amazing for live streaming. It's the better version of Twitch. Of course, also has standards, which I think is good. Like there are certain standards that you must have. Like, you know, I made that post saying, you know, like misaligned information moderation is just basically censorship. And what I mean with this is that, you know, not all information ought to be removed. Some information ought to stay. So make of that what you will. It's its own thing. I have like a large need to understand what's happening there. Especially in the case of something like Rumble, or what they're doing. They're doing well. So that they won that too. And that this whole parallel situation is resolved because this sets a precedent for everyone. Even all of you. Even me. Because information moderation extends to everyone. Especially when it comes to the management of an entire platform. Like whatever affects these platforms, whatever affects their operators, will affect all of us here. Doesn't matter how big you are, doesn't matter how small you are. You will all be affected. I would even say that those who are smaller will be affected more, because when you go after something that's small, you know, there's not much of a stink made, you know. But those are great examples. If you go after someone who's small, it's a great example, because that is something that you relate with. You don't necessarily relate with someone who's big, but you will relate with someone who's small. That's why this thing where people got arrested for posts hits so close to home and it's so graphic for so many people, because that's literally just an average Joe. You know? Just fucking less than 100 follower accounts. Really, super small. Gone like that. Some random dude going in front of a mosque somewhere, waves a flag. The flag of the United Kingdom, the Union Jack. He's waving it there. Gets arrested. Crazy, you know? That's where we live in. I have no idea what to say about the current generation or like where things are gonna go, but holy shit, man, we are not having it good. I always hear like people say, oh, you know, there's always been struggle, there's always been that, there's been that. Yeah, sure, World War II. But has it ever like affected everyone to this extent? Like everywhere around the world, there's like a sentiment shift. Everywhere. Everything's affected. It's crazy. Like, in the past 30 years, there have been more financial crisis incidents than at any other interval in history leading up to this. It's crazy. I used to read a lot of history books about finance specifically because I want to understand what the world is made out of, right? The world is made out of money, people controlling it, the information behind it, how that controls everything. It's just simply the way the world works. The world is based on self-devaluing promise. It's also the reason for its instability. And oh my god, you know? You read about this stuff, you say, wow, this is crazy that this has happened in history. Oh, here's a recent one, it's 2008. Fuck. That's crazy, man. Well, I think we learned our lesson, that's not gonna happen again. Psych! Look at everything now, holy shit. Like how much has happened since 2008? Oh my god. Just on that front alone. Oh, hey, probably you're never gonna live under a dictatorship. COVID-19. Oh god. Imagine like all the young people that were like born in the early 2000s, or at least like just on the cusp of the early 2000s. Can you imagine that? Wow. You know? You've seen the last fragments of a golden age die. That's what you've seen when you were like super, super young. And now you're just like living into what remains. And that's crazy, you know? At no point in history has anything been anywhere close to something like what we're in right now. This is like, what about mobile phones? This hasn't been a thing. This is a very recent phenomenon. The iPhone, which set the standard for a lot of mobile devices, hasn't even been out that long. It's within our own lifetimes that this technology has been developed and is everywhere now. Your fucking light switch is connected to the internet. What the fuck? Like, that's crazy. And this is the world that we live in. It's like, this is, an age like this has never existed before. It's completely outside of any historical precedent. It's just completely crazy. It's like a new thing entirely. Now, how the fuck are you gonna deal with that? You know? And you know, hundreds of years ago, there was a guarantee that certain skills would always be needed. That things were going to be a type of way. There's some instability for sure. There was no part in history where that wasn't the case. You know, look at the Dark Ages, holy shit. Let's not forget that that was also an exceptionally bad time in human history. Holy fuck, man. It's crazy. I wouldn't want to live there. They've had it bad, man. Arguably worse than how we have it now. It's crazy. But you look at, you know, today, and say, okay, what kind of skills will be needed? The farmer is no longer as relevant as they used to be. Even though their relevance is underrated, their relevance is still high. Even though automation at D-scale, which is D-scale part mixed with automation, doesn't work well, because with automation comes added scale, not reduced scale. That's an issue with farming. But also, some jobs are just fading away. You like literally have some of the most richest people in the world telling you that the way you see any job will just disappear. You won't have any work. The fuck do you do then? And what does a world like that look like? You have no job security. You have to be like the most exceptional of the exceptional, because if you're not exceptional, you're fucked. You have nothing. Oh, but wait a minute. Where does that slogan go? You have nothing but you're happy. That's the world we're living into right now. Has that existed in history? I don't know, man. Has everything been known like this? I mean, look at this. You have weird accidental instances like myself being able to communicate to hundreds of people live. There are 400 people in this space total, connected to each other. Holy shit, do you have any idea how many people that is? You know, think about it in terms of a gathering. You have like 100 people. Okay, that's pretty impressive. 4x that shit, you got a stadium. Or something close to it, anyways. The amount of connectivity that this is incredible. And someone like myself is exceptional to a certain extent, I guess. But, you know, at the same time, something like this would not be possible in the past. It is possible now. What does this mean? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this does. This is a good thing. Is this a bad thing? I mean, you can decide on what you do with this. You can decide on what you tell people. I can decide on what to tell you guys. And what I'm telling you is just what's in my head. You know, I guess this is very interesting. That's why a lot of people are here. You know, I assume that that's the reason why I showed up today. But at the same time, you look at, you know, history. If I would have stood there at the center of a town square, would you also still arrive? That is an interesting question. Perhaps I would. Would the older generation disapprove of my being because I'm a younger person and I'm speaking of things that I could not have possibly experienced myself? Or has experience itself, in terms of how that information is like transmitted and executed upon, has it like changed over time? Because I kind of feel like it has. Because, you know, not everything needs to be lived in order to be understood. You know, I don't think I need to live through slavery in order to understand that that's bad, for instance, right? I don't think anyone should go through slavery, but they definitely know it's bad, because the concept of which, you know, tells you a lot about what it is. Do I want to live through tyranny? Of course not, because we know historically what happens when you do. You know, I think death is a very relatable thing. You have not experienced it. None of us have. You have potentially seen it. You know, you've seen it in someone else. You've seen it through many clips of war that we're seeing now for the first time. Full HD, man. We're seeing like full HD, gang violence, fucking people getting blown up in Ukraine. This hasn't really happened before. Like, seeing this shit firsthand. Fucking Instagram Reels is like live leak light. It's crazy. Like, you scroll 5 times or so, you're gonna start seeing some decapitation shit. Full on. It's crazy. So, that exists now. I don't know, does that qualify as experience to understand that war is bad? Then again, you also have the ability to now plug yourself into a simulation where you kind of perpetrate acts of violence. I mean, look at me, I play fucking Diablo, and I destroy a shit ton of enemies. Like, what does that say about me? What is this? It's like, am I desensitized to violence? How am I actually able to tell the difference between the two? Because I definitely don't need to have experience to understand that, you know, looking at violence in a video game is harmless. But I also don't have experience, you know, directly or like perpetrated upon myself, you know, to understand that having a human being blown up is a bad thing in a war, right? It's kind of interesting how that works. So the nature, I think, of information has changed to a large extent, because now experience itself is just, you know, everybody can agree upon this. You know, I think a lot of people can see, you know, a young person who's like forced to fight in a war, dying, they can see this and they're like, holy shit, that could be me. I think that's the place where everything shifts, so people accept this as a reality for themselves, and then the mind instinctively considers options to have that not be a reality for themselves. So that's like, I think, where information has changed, where the old dynamic of, well, you had to be there no longer applies, I think, because that's been historically a large factor. You know, you go to like a town square in the 1800s and you start talking about certain things. How are they to believe you? You know, where is this from? How do you know all this? You know, stuff like that. Today, you haven't just like read, you know, horrifying acts in a book, but you've seen them yourself. Maybe not firsthand in the flesh, as we like to say these days, but you've seen them still. You understand what that looks like. You know, like, you've probably been at school and you're, you know, hung out with several, you know, people your own age, and then you grow up, you still keep in touch with some of them. You know what they look like. You know what type of person they are. And then one day you turn on the news and you're like, oh fuck. One of those people who looks just like one of my friends who are probably still out there somewhere working at some dead-end job. Oh shit, they've been blown up in a war. You know, it kind of changes things for you. It's crazy. And it's difficult. It's really, really difficult to convey. But that's the state of information. That's where everything's at. I look at, I'm not really sure how to conceptualize this, but I think even though there are a shit ton of struggles that the current generation is, by the very meaning of the word, plagued by, look at these current struggles, and I think they can be dealt with using these amazing tools. Because, you know, the ability to reach a large number of people tells you a lot about the state of the world, right? And even then, you know, this number of people a year ago, I don't think would have had something like this. No, not even a year ago, so like 3 years ago. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I don't think we would have had this number of people in a space like this. No way. Because there's a lot more people on now. Why? It's because, you know, you had COVID and people were locked in their houses. They were bored as shit. So what did they do? They connected to the grand simulation that is the internet. And that was a tipping point. It was crazy. I still remember, because I was very active on the internet, you know, prior to all of this. I remember what it looked like, the stable age. I like to call it the stable age of the internet. You know, people have figured it out. A lot of the major hacks have occurred already. You know, Anonymous is technically still there, but not as much. Things look stable. Then COVID happens, and then I still remember this was the craziest thing. Literally, participation, engagement, everything just grew by 3 to 4 times. It was insane. Like, I never seen these many people, and you start to, like, hear the different stories from all they're from, and you're, like, sitting there, you know, looking at how these people operate with a tool that they themselves have never used to the extent that you've used it, and you watch them do such stupid things. And you're like, God damn, there's so many inexperienced people connecting to the internet all at once. What does that do? That means, like, there's actual widespread adoption, unlike anything that's ever happened before. And you can see it. You can see it everywhere. Places like Discord, they grew insanely because there was like, hey, how do I socialize? You know, how do I talk to people? Oh, there's this weird place, you know, that weird place where people can connect to each other live in a call. Ah, interesting. Let's go hang out with that. Oh, hey, there's streamers now. We have like virtual streamers and whatever else and whatnot, and they're going to become next level internet celebrities. They're going to be the ones who control so much information and where it goes. It's almost unimaginable. Oh, there's a new generation of kids. Oh yes, that influx of people. You know, even before COVID, that was happening because the parents at the time were like born before the early 2000s. Decided, oh hey, we're having kids. These things are difficult to control. Instead of disciplining them because we're busy as shit because, you know, finance is at an all-time horrifying low, we're going to give our kids these newly developed tablets and phones because there's stuff on it that keeps them docile. Oh wow, it's an amazing tool. Here, go watch some Mr. Beast, you know? Here, go watch some of this fucking garbage. They take it, they watch it, they stay quiet, get addicted to it, get hooked, have attention deficit disorders, which are not a physical thing, by the way. You can, like, program that out of your brain. Right? I've actually tested this on myself, where I decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look at whatever usually the current generation looks at, all the brain rot, everything, consume this for like 3 months straight, and it was after this, I was unable to finish a sentence. I was unable to piece things together. I had huge issues. It was fucking scary. Even when I was like trying to then fix this problem that I've created for myself, like read books, right? Because that's the thing that requires a lot of context, like a large window of context to understand what's in a book. It was difficult for me to pay attention to the individual words even. And that's what's then fed into the current generation. And that then spread out into the internet. That then was confronted by reality of work for the first time, for instance, you know? So these kids already grew up, they like played Call of Duty, did all this stuff, you know? Now you had some people that became software programmers because they played with the games. They made mods perhaps, you know? These people have now gone into software. Like one of our friends who does safety ops at X, as a safety analyst actually, you know, he himself has gotten into programming as well. And it's only because of video games. So that's the positive side. You know, it makes the world better. It could also make the world a little shittier because, you know, software by and large is built by the cheapest bidder, the lowest cost. And that's why everything's inflated, because also computers gotten better. Computers gotten much, much better. So now you can write shit code and get away with it. Because the computer's there. It's like, fucking, we take it. You know, back then, stuff was like kind of edging on the self-destruct because the computer's not so good. And today you have like these huge, unoptimized pieces of software that are effectively held together by hopes and dreams, which are reinforced and platformed by the next level compute that we have. So that's cool. So that sentiment of devaluation like injects itself into the information landscape. And the people who have already established themselves before that look at this and say, fuck, we can farm this. You know? And so you have like the age of the YouTubers exploding, the commercialization of such things, the direct target marketing to kids all around the world, because there are new kids coming in, right? You have like weird brain rot songs like fucking Baby Shark, whatever that horse shit is. I hope it gets deleted off the internet one day. It's like literally, it's terrible. I hate it so much. I don't like it at all. That thing gets like fed directly into the brains of the people, future generation. They get stuck to it. They get addicted. They like take the sweets that are marketed to them. We have obesity rates going through the fucking roof. Food itself, of course, is also starting to suffer. You have like ingredients in there where you ask yourself, why the fuck does that have to be in there? Why the fuck do we have corn syrup? What does this matter? What's this for? You don't need corn syrup in your shit. You absolutely do not. It's horrifying. It's bad. Get rid of it. Throw it away. Makes no sense. Why would you need like corn syrup? The fuck is this stuff? It's crazy. It's kind of weird to hear a person like myself, like on a space, like this rant on about the current state of things. Like, what am I doing? I'm kind of like part of the problem in a sense as well. Well, like part of the people who are affected by that problem. Because, we're all trying to survive at the end of the day. Everybody has like their own ways of doing it. And nobody has guidance. You need guidance somewhere. And then you have false father figures. Terrible, terrible guides. Like then again, you have something like the Tate brothers, or these weird influencers that say, oh man, you gotta have like the most women, you gotta have so many women, dude, you gotta have to do this, you gotta have to look, it's amazing. And then on the other end of that, you have the fucking influencers on Instagram who are like showing themselves half naked, showing, look at this amazing lifestyle I have. Look at this that I can do. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all this wealth. Well, here's what you gotta do. You gotta trick someone, the dude who wants to get a lot of women, into being with you. And so now you've turned a very large swath of the next generation of women into bitches. I hate to say it so bluntly, but do you want to marry that? Do you want to marry someone who's only there for your money? Initially it works, and they're very good at tricking you. Oh yeah, that's right. And then they do get into your life. Yes, you marry them. And then they divorce your ass. And now you're fucked. Like, whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? You listen, it's kind of, the fault of financial instability, and then, you have parents that try to make sure that the home stays afloat, so to speak. They were not capable of taking care of their kids, so they gave them the fucking mobile phone. And, humans are social creatures. Now, you have access to the thing that's never happened before. The internet. You have access to literally the potential for unlimited amounts of attention. There is probably no mammal brain out there that would say, no, I'm good, I don't want the attention. Instinctively, you're like, yes, give it all to me. Give me the matrix. Give me all the power. You're gonna see this shit. That's gonna be the whole thing for you. And that then drives forward a very interesting narrative where you do everything for clicks. You do some really fucked up stuff. Oh hey, you know what's gonna gain me a lot of attention? Why don't I disrupt traffic? Yeah, let's do that. Why don't I pour some random liquids on some people? Or what if I take this retarded feature from Facebook that was called poking people? You remember when that stupid fucking thing came out? I have no idea why you'd ever want this. But he had this thing kind of was like, hey, can I poke you? And then some random ass idiots on YouTube were like, oh, we're gonna go into the fucking neighborhoods that are popular. There's so much crime here. We're gonna go there. We're gonna make a video. And they go there. And they just walk up to random people who themselves look like the type of person that you don't want to fuck with. It's obvious, if you have a certain type of person that stands there, or he has a grim-ass fucking face because, I don't know why, but it's a person that you instinctively know, in your heart, you ought not to fuck with. Nah, man, these fucking idiots go right up to him and say, hey, bro, can I poke you? Can I poke you? And then they get their shit beaten up and such, and then they have that for clicks. And that's what the future of the internet looks like. Before, you had a narrative based on merit. You had a narrative based on the value of information. Now the value of information was, how stupid can you be, and how successful and how effectively can you pull it off? Like these reaction videos, where people literally just open up a live stream on YouTube somewhere, or on Twitch, whatever you want to choose. You sit there, You watch this person, you know what they do? They just play someone else's content that they didn't make and just sit there and don't even do something half the time. The quote, reactionary YouTuber reacts to people reacting to fucking YouTube. Oh, there's a new meta now, where there's a breakdown of all that. You literally have a breakdown of the people who are watching react videos, reacting to those videos, then then causing drama, which leads to breakdown videos, and then breakdown videos, all those breakdown videos. Holy shit, man. That is crazy. That's dilution. It's such dilution. I don't know if that's dilution or compression, but I sometimes see it as a little bit of compression because like the breakdown video is actually really good, you know, because they then have this need to remove drama. So you have like this next level economy that builds up of people that need to make video essays. And look, I'm not saying anything against it. I love the video essay content myself. I watch it myself. You know why? Because I don't care. I don't care about any of the other stuff. The drama is huge and affects a large swath of the information economy, which is what you live in. All of us live in the information economy. Myself, most of all, because, you know, I'm someone who has been able to kind of solidify a very particular position within the information economy. So like whatever happens within it is something that is directly going to affect me personally. As an account here on X, for instance. So I have to understand how the information economy functions and what affects it. So I watch these breakdown videos, so then I understand the drama of what's going on. I'm like, holy shit, the stuff that people do, right? Because you can't just like watch endless amounts of content. Like you have like fucking this weird person, Penguin Zero, who's like a streamer or something, causing controversy between another person who themselves cause controversy, like fucking Sneeko. Like, oh, you know, you don't want to piece that together. So you have somebody else who themselves has a position in the information and attention economy. They create a breakdown video. You watch that shit. It's great. It's awesome. Sometimes you have a breakdown video on the breakdown video because sometimes people tend to mix their own opinions into it, which makes it inaccurate. So you have better compression now. Great. But what if that didn't exist at all? What if we didn't have any of that drama? What if the platforms hosting these fuckers would actually do their job and moderate their content? Who the fuck needs to see prank videos? Nobody needs this shit in their life. That should be, like, taken off. That's a bad thing. It incentivizes people to do stupid things. Even like with April Fools, it's funny to a certain extent, but like, you know, what are you gonna do? You like turn on the news April 1st, and you're like, so is it all a lie, which it normally also is? Or is it directly a lie of the lie? Like, what am I watching? You know? This is like a prank. This is also why this year, I didn't participate in April Fools. I opened a fucking space, and I didn't do any pranks of any kind. They even told me, hey, you gotta join this space. Just literally pretend to be Elon. Change your PFP. You got the affiliate badge. You can do it. You can get away with it. And I'm like, no. Look, I mean, I know I have the vocal resemblance of that man, but even with that comes a bit of responsibility, a personal principle. You don't fucking do that shit. It's a bad image. It's a bad image not only for yourself, but it's a bad image for the one that you bear a likeness to. It's a personal responsibility. That's an interesting thing because, you know, a lot of people are telling you, this again goes back to the cloud chasing and the information and attention economy. Hey, you should make a parody account. You should, like, pretend to be this guy. I'm like, why the fuck would I want to be someone who I'm not? I don't get that. It just doesn't make sense. You know, you have some parodies that are actually kind of good, where they take, like, the jokes and meme aspects of something and just keep posting memes. Like this one over here, I have like an alternate Adrian. That's like a totally different person of me. That's technically a parody, but it's not pretending to be me. That's just a person who's a next level fan. That's funny. I think that's funny. He shares stupid memes that I personally wouldn't share, but is still sometimes really, really good. And I follow it for that because that's cool. That's what you want to do. Add to the humor. Do something that's creative. Like, why the fuck did you even invert the profile picture and shit? I don't know. I don't know his thought process. But it's funny. It makes me laugh. And he doesn't have to do anything that's completely brain dead in order to achieve me laughing. You know, it's a fan account. That's a fan account. It's hilarious. And he, of course, has other accounts as well, but You know, this is a thing that just has. So say, hey man, somebody like you needs a good parody account. Okay, fine. There you go. Now the official, this one that I approve of. There were like other attempts as well, but I was like, fuck that, man. You're just like pretending to be me. I don't want you to pretend to be anyone. I just want you to be yourself. And this guy's himself. He's like weird humor that somehow seems to, you know, like align with me in a way. So it's funny. So that's cool. You know, something like that is amazing. But again, someone like me, they said, oh yeah, put on the Elon PFP. You know, pretend to be him. Go into spaces, say some political shit. And I've always said, why the ever-loving fuck would I do that? First of all, nobody would give a shit. And second of all, that's just amazingly stupid and lazy. They say, oh, you should go to this Cameo app. Like, use your voice to, like, you know, help people sell their products. I'm like, no, I will do voiceovers for people as a funny Easter egg for stuff, but in no shape or form do I want payment. And I will need to know what I'm voicing. And so far I've only done that once, and I've done it for like a YouTube video, because it was funny. But beyond that, none. There was also never the insinuation that it was anyone other than just me. And so, you could pretend to be someone else. You could, you know, do something like that. And that's an exploitation, something you do for clicks. And then, just kind of go along with that. That becomes your entire existence. Nobody would give a shit. And then you're nothing. You're just a shell of a person. Which is also the reason why I would have a, you know, resemblance to someone else, and why somebody else doesn't. Because it's almost like a universal balance thing, and it's weird. And look, you know, it's a principles problem as well. People don't have any principles anymore. They have one God, and that is, must get more likes, must get more engagement, must get moisture for the crawl space. Shit like that, you know? The moisture for the crawl space thing is just thrown in there, just because it's stupid, right? I'm engagement farming you guys with listening. It's like fucking around. That's what that is. I tend to do that as well, because I think it's funny. And I think it actually kind of works. Makes people laugh a little bit. By the way, fuck man, I have to finish eating my steak. That's another thing. People have to have a good diet. It's been lost as well. Because convenience is like convenience is like the challenge against discipline, and it ends discipline. Damages it. Yep. Ends your resolve. And you may think, oh, it's not that bad. Could never be that bad. It's worse. Delicious. So me, for instance, I have a very strict diet. I eat mostly proteins. I eat very little carbohydrates and almost no plants. Because the fuck, man, you're not a cow, you're not a goat, you're a human. You rely on a very particular type of food and sustenance, and plants ain't it. Of course, doesn't mean that you have to entirely discard that. Someone like myself has convenience in their life. Like say, I eat 2 steaks a day, a little egg for lunch, which I'm gonna shift to breakfast and kind of like skip lunch and do dinner early. I eat like 2 massive steaks a day with a fuck ton of butter, and I eat like 3 eggs at some other point of the day, 3 or 4 eggs, depending on how hungry I feel. Since then, I've felt amazing. And of course, do I sometimes eat a few other things? Yeah, sure. Have like a few oranges because you need the vitamin C, it's good for you. You sometimes like, once a week, have like a little cheat snack or cheat meal. Like, hey, what about that milkshake you always enjoy drinking? Is it too sweet? Is it like disgustingly sweet? Because once you have like a diet like this, you start to tell the difference between things that are sweet and disgustingly sweet. And then, you know, you have that. You know, you have a little little cheat meal, eat some food with sugar in it, you know, a little bit. Doesn't mean that you're gonna have to like stuff your face with carbohydrates. Like, don't eat an entire large pizza on your own or something. That's gonna fuck you up because you've been like used to eating a diet with very little carbohydrates in it. If you have like one like mine. You ask yourself, but why? Why would you do this to yourself? Why would you have a diet like that? Because it makes you better. Makes you faster. Makes your brain work better for some reason. I haven't even had any coffee. I'm still able to function very, very well. Well into the late hours, sometimes even early hours, if you wanted to call it, of the night, with almost no performance issues. And mind you, I host the conversation show every single day. Every single day. Sure, yesterday I took a break and I did a live stream instead because I wanted to do a live stream, and you have to kind of like choose either or. So I decided, yeah, I'll do that because I don't want to have a live stream that's too late. So I started one that was relatively late, you know, just before people went to bed. It was great. And I'm still able to do all of this. Still able to do, and by the way, I have work as well. I work like anyone else does. I have a 9 to 5 type deal. Kind of. Although I work way over the hours, which allows me to gain a lot more. But also kind of like comes at the cost of a social life. My social life is just a very small, trusted network of people that I have in real life and on the internet. And that's it. You don't need like 50 friends. You don't fucking need 50 friends. I don't know where that came from. Like everybody on Facebook is like, oh, I gotta keep up with this guy. I gotta keep up with this one's fucking child. Like, oh my God, they had a baby. I gotta like show up there. Oh yeah, I've never heard this person in like fucking years, but I gotta show up there, bro. We gotta go there. We gotta go there. Keep in touch with them so we don't lose them. I'm like, why would you do that? Why would you like, you're a person that's driven by convenience, and now you're going over to that person's, you know, event. When's the last time they talked to you? When's the last time you've spoken to them? What good have they done for you? What good have you done for them? Think about it. You know, it sounds cruel. It's like, oh, you shouldn't have to make friends. You're like, can you keep up with all their lives? Obviously not. Does it become a hassle to do so? Yes, it does. Does it sometimes even, you know, add to your financial detriment? Yeah. Then why do you do it? It's like the thing that's been popularized by Facebook and all these other weird ass shit apps. It's like you want to have a shit ton of friends. You want to post your family on Facebook. Who the fuck posts a picture of their kids on social media? Holy shit, do you have any idea who's on there? Do you have any idea who the fuck they're trying to keep away? You do realize that, you know, kind of like with Pavel here, and with Facebook, there are CSAM issues, even on here. There are fucking legit pedophiles out there. And you're posting fucking images of what you eat every single day with micro updates, your location, with your kids and everything else, or with somebody else's kids, on an app that's infested by this content. Specifically Facebook, where all this stuff is done. And then you ask them, why did you do that? Oh, because I have to keep up, and they have to keep up with me. Nobody needs to keep up with your fucking life, unless they're directly involved in it. Are they part of your financial venture that you have? Do you have like a company? Do they work within that company? What is your relationship there? Are you like dependent upon one another? Like directly dependent? If yes, 100% understand. Then you share that information privately to one another. But why publicly? It's another problem. Everyone's been so acceptant of the fact that they are transparent with their information. I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm gonna put all my data out there. There you go, have it. Even in school, same shit. Like record themselves doing some dumb shit and then saying, oh my God, I'm such a brat. Oh my God, I'm so naughty. Oh yeah, I'm so rebellious. You fucking idiot. And then and then some random dude who has it in for you goes to your fucking Instagram account, looks at the fucking general location of where you are because you've reported on literally everything that you've ever done, scrolls for 10 minutes, knows what school you go to, knows where you go to, when you do it, how old you are, everything. Your name, goes to the fucking principal, reports your ass, and now you're suspended from class. Get fucked. Your fault. And people still keep doing it. I have no idea why. It's part of the general problem. Like, I feel you'll feel if you paid attention to this entire space, it's like everything is connected, and it is. You cannot imagine how connected the world truly is. Like, almost in ways that you can't truly be able to visualize. Like, you can't really visualize it. It's too big. It's too complex. It's like an AI, and the information that makes it up. You just can't visualize it. It's impossible. The data is too dense. It's crazy. It's what is called a black box. You know, life is almost like that. So you can look at an estimation of the box, which is just another box. That helps you. And sometimes that's all you need to find your position in life. But under no circumstances should your position in life be sell your soul in the form of doing, you know, exploitative content. But in no circumstances should it be, you know, be a people pleaser and publish everything about your life on a social media site. You may wonder, like, oh, hey, wait a minute. Adrian, what are you doing? Don't you do something similar? No. I post memes, bitch. I post memes. That's what I do. I post memes, some news that I think is really relevant to me personally. I try to entertain you guys, at least a lot of the recurring audience. I noticed there's like a lot more people here today, so most of you may not be familiar with what I do, but yeah, at least the recurring audience is like a thing I always try to entertain as much as possible. And then sometimes we have a space like this, for instance, where I have more people on. We have some of my friends on. You know, everybody has like a particular thing that they can do. And they're less a friend than they are just a person that you kind of cooperate with. You know, like a person who's a software engineer sometimes comes on, talks about his problems, talks about AI, you know, what's he working with, has some cool shit to share. You may not understand some of this stuff, but if you listen to it long enough, you'll get it. It just clicks, like language. That's all that it is. And it's beautiful. Something like that is what you should post. And if you can't, do nothing. It's fine. You may occasionally post this one banger that just explodes. But you have to understand, that's what you'll be known for. I'm known for Elon meme, people saying that that's the thing, me trolling people, not understanding what the world looks like, thanks to it, and posting controversial stuff sometimes, out of context, just to see what people's reactions are like, just to gauge the sentiment. And even with that, I'm careful, because, you know, there could be stuff that's just basically rage baiting, which is not true, and you just do it anyways, gets you a lot of engagement, but it really damages your reputation. And personally, I don't say anything online that I wouldn't say in real life. That's another thing people need to understand. In this newly connected world of all things possible, say nothing online that you wouldn't want to have aired on a fucking billboard, some weird shit, or on TV. Say nothing. This right now, if somebody were to clip this conversation and astroturf it and say, oh, that's a controversial opinion, I'm like, yeah, sure, I agree it's a large controversial opinion, but it's not true. Deny it. Bring up the data. I'm actually willing to hear you out. I'm very open-minded with that. I like to hear out contrarians. I speak to a lot of them. People that I fundamentally disagree with. People that I think sometimes really fucking cross the line, but I still talk with them because I have to know. Like, for instance, with this guy who calls himself the Omniliberal, also known as Destiny. Makes fun of a person who got shot at the Pennsylvania Trump rally defending his kids, his family. He got shot, he died. He made fun of him. Is that okay? Absolutely the fuck it's not. Did I still talk to him to try and get to the bottom of this? Did I have multiple conversations with him? Yes, I did. Why? Because I want to understand how that fucking bullshit works. So I will talk to a person who's controversial, just for the sake of the argument. Because I want to hear him out. I want to understand what that brain works like. You can disagree with it, that's good. You ought to be able to disagree with people. And as many of them as you like. That's a perfect thing, that's awesome, that's what the internet's for, it's amazing. It's a great place to have a conversation, especially here. That's why I say, like, if somebody were to take what I said, or something that any one of you say, and it brings it out to the public eye, very public eye, because that's what you've done here, that's something you have to live with. Even with the things that I've said here. And every day, I think about this before I go on. It's like, would I want to be associated with this? Even with a meme, you know? I'm like, damn, this meme would really pop off. But I'm like, it's kinda... Probably don't do that. Probably don't do that. That's gonna, you know, could be an issue. Like, don't do that. You know, just look at it. It's like, you know, sometimes you can post a little bit of a controversial thing, and I do this. You know, sometimes before I go to sleep, I put something really weird out there, just to go to bed, wake up the next day, it's like, oh fuck, it's a news story. You know, that's fun. That's good. But if it's good, only if it's good. If it's constructive. Right? Like, you post things that become community notes. You help out in the information space. I've done that once. So like somebody generates some bullshit AI image of a Cybertruck on fire. Just because I was bored, I took that image on my phone, started editing it, and it came out really well, by the way. It was really weird looking. And I put it out there. I said, hey, community notes, this is bullshit. Here's why. Gave a detailed explanation, and that made it into a community note. That person subsequently deleted their post. And there you go. You just had a positive impact on the environment. Oh, hey, this whole Cybertruck thing, where Whistling Diesel tested it and abused it, and then claimed that certain things went wrong in the way that they did, even though they didn't. Posted it out there, misinformation was started. I posted something out there to kind of get to the bottom of it, and it wasn't even a complete story, it was just good enough, because I was tired. I wanted to get it out quickly, did it, went to sleep, woke up the next day. Oh, here you go, it's in a fucking Zero Hedge article. Great. That's how you contribute. It's those rare things. Same thing with the Olympic Games, the recent ones in France, where you had Yusuf, I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name, it's very difficult for me. But we know him as Yusuf. He's on X as well. Took that legendary shot, that pose, which is like super casual, and he had like the Korean person who had like these specialized glasses on, like had to get that next little pose ready. Meanwhile, he just like stood there, looked, pointed, shot, like he's fucking John Wick over here. We got Turkish John Wick before GTA 6, everyone. That's crazy. Anyways, you know, Turkish John Wick is what they call him. I saw the image, I was like, damn, that's cool. I see all the big meme accounts. What the fuck is this text? I look at the text, I copied the text off of one of them, one of the posts that I see. I pasted in the browser to search if somebody else already posted this, and who would you fucking know the exact same fucking image and the exact same fucking text was posted on Reddit, and this bitch just copy-pasted that shit and put it out there. I'm like, you dirty motherfucker. I'm gonna do the same but name the sources. So you're like, okay, wait a minute. You could do something like this, but you could do it better. You could do it good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the text, delete some shit that doesn't need to be there, find the original image, which I did, and then cite both those things. Describe what's going on, put the image there, post it out there, and then link all the sources. I found the original Turkish poster of that photo that became the instant meme sensation. I found the original image. Linked that, found the original post, linked that. It was really cool because then the person on Reddit got shit tons of engagement off of that. The person on here got even more engagement on top of the thing that we already got. And he even thanked me. I didn't even know that guy was going to notice, which is so cool. I said, thank you, followed me too. And I got next level followers from the Turkish audience because then my post was used in Turkish news media. It's just so cool. So that's constructive, you know? You can like choose. If that had like 8 million impressions on it, you could choose. You can choose to sell your soul, do stupid shit, like get naked in front of camera, bother some people in neighborhoods, piss them off, film a reaction video, steal people's content directly. Make a reaction video like this. Oh my god. Oh, we gotta watch this. We're watching it. Oh my god, no way. Shit like that. You can do this, or you just some people just sit there like VTubers, which is the most biggest grift, I think, personally. You can do whatever you want. I think it's okay. You know, you sit there, it's a virtually generated persona. It's talking with you. I'm not sure exactly you're into that, but sure, I'm not gonna shame you for that. It's what you want. But it's sitting there doing nothing. It's like a still image. It doesn't even say anything. And watches somebody else's content, effectively turning that content into theirs, even though it was never theirs to begin with. Does the person who initially posted that video get any of the engagement? No. Even though they put the work in. That is shit. Don't do that. You can do all of that. Or you can put in the work. Everybody gets to contribute on the internet. Everybody has their place within this crazy fucking world. It is your choice to find where that place is at for you. Because everybody, the secret of life is that there really isn't one. It's about finding your place, which is the most difficult thing to do. And that place may not even stay the same. You may get a next level job, which you think is cool. You may work there. You may almost even live there. You may bring that job home with you. You may talk about it. You may let that take up every aspect of your life. Do you enjoy doing this? Are you contributing next level? Okay, I guess so. There's your life, it's your position. You may want something more adventurous. So you do two things at once. And then one day, the thing that you like doing most of the two becomes your life. It's about finding your place. Because the world itself is like a next level machine. And each and every single one of us is a special gear within it. Think of it like a watch. I hope people at least still know how these things work. Because that shit is crazy too. You look like at the current generation, they say, go read a watch. You like show them the watch face with, you know, Roman numerals on them. Say, read this. I can't fucking tell you the time. That's freaky, man. That's freaky. They can't tell you what the time is. We've got a fucking dude there, you know, it's like 2 p.m., looks at the watch. For your life. 360, huh? What's that? Doesn't know what the fuck that is. Is that AM or is that PM? I'm like, motherfucker, the sun's almost down. Okay, but sure. Now let's imagine that we have a watch. Let's imagine this watch is life. The watch itself is made up of, you know, very many small components and gears. It's an amazing piece of engineering. Beautiful. I myself have an old mechanical watch that charges based on it moving around because it has a little weight inside that turns and essentially spins up the watch. Its time is not entirely accurate, but that's not why I have it. I have it because it's beautiful, because it's a reminder. I don't even adjust the time half the time, because I don't care what the time on it is. Although sometimes I do, because it's kind of embarrassing when you show up to like a meeting with a watch like that, which is beautiful so everybody looks at it, and the time is wrong. That shows your incompetence. Right? That's the thing. It's a subtle thing. Where people who can really think, they look at this thing and like, oh wow, the person has the understanding to wear this piece of tech, it's really cool, it's analog, but can't adjust the time to be correct. Would I want to hire this guy, or worse, give him my money directly for a business venture? Probably fucking not. That's the first sign of incompetence. But imagine still that life is a watch like that, made up of these many different gears, all this complexity. Every person and group is one gear within that system, or the spring that winds it up, or the swing that keeps everything turning. You may even be a ruby. You're probably even the frame itself. Something is the frame. It's a big government entity. It's like the frame. Or like a union of those entities, the frame. And then karma is the glass shield that protects it. And then you have the internals, and that's us. With the gears. Doesn't matter what size of a gear you are, what type, the stability of that gear is what is important, because that's your position in life. And understand that if you fail at that position in life, you'll be replaced, hoping to then let yourself replace someone else's gear in that life. It sounds a little bit brutal, but that's what that's for. That's what that means. That's what life is. That's what competition is. If you're better gear than someone else, you're replacing them. That's how merit works, or at least used to work. We're getting rid of that now, and that's why the watch will one day break. Because now gears are replacing other gears that are all truly suited and will break, because they're not the best. That's the death of a merit-based society. That's a problem. You will see this become an even more worrisome trend than it already has. But that's what life is like. It is a great reflection of what that is too. It is as horrifying as it is beautiful. And that's not a secret. That's just something you have to consciously know. Doesn't mean something that you'll get. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be difficult for sure. But it's not easy. It's complicated. Hang on. I'm gonna finish this. It's delicious. I want to bring some people up. See, there's like a legit conversation we can have. There's one person I find very interesting. I'm gonna invite you up if you want to speak.
I think he kicked me. He kicked me.
It sounds like you want. No, that's me. I sound like this. It's a fun little thing. It just exists. And what else do we have? A lot of wizard pictures on it. Not sure what that means. And I have a shit ton of DM requests. Great.
Look at this is Elon Musk live on Twitter Spaces. Under Adrian Dittman. I'm trying to get brought up as the speaker.
Oh, wild Wall Street bets. It's so cool who you can reach on this platform. And this, I think, like to describe what it is that you can do and like contribute to the information space, or like just the economy in general. I think X is like one of the best places to do it. You know? I myself only started here about a year ago.